future planning for the fire rescue's growth, and a review of the industrial standards and performance measured within the national standards of the fire community. Before you in your packet was the 5 recommendations from our advisory committee. We've spent many hours listening with fire rescue personnel, gaining knowledge of the whole fire rescue, locations of fire stations, response times. One of the major cries of the community was the response times in our community that sometimes were approaching 10 and 11 minutes. It was we learned that quickly. It's just not one problem. The problem is just not with communications. And some people suggested that Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue and public safety as a whole take back our dispatch center. And I will talk about that in just a second, what our findings, our feelings are. But one of the first bullet points, I want to thank the committee. They put a lot of time, expertise in this, and also fire rescue staff, so they are to be commended for that. As before you today are the 5 recommendations, just kind of to plant ideas and future growth and strategic thinking for this commission and future commissions. These can't all be accomplished within the next few months. This is at least a 5-year progressive strategic process. The first one, the committee wants to make sure that we continue to implement the 3-person rescue staffing model. Each year in the budget, last year's budget, we did additional 2 rescues, and that started several years ago. Then it took a pause. We are truly, and the committee sees this, we are behind the curve. Currently, there's 134 rescues in the entire county. Out of those 134, 35 are not staffed at 3. Of those 35 in the county, over 1/3 of those are here in this Fort Lauderdale, city of Fort Lauderdale. And that's falling way below the curve in overall industry standards in the majority of the county, as you can see. So we encourage this commission and this budget process to continue on that track of doing 2 a year, even though we might get a safer grant and be able to expedite that sooner, but we won't know until later in the year. So we can't continue to fall behind the curve on that staffing model. One of the other things, as I mentioned, the Regional Communications Center, what we learned was there's different components. There's the time the call goes in until the time the call answers. It's the time that the call taker spends on that call, getting the information. Then it's there's a time frame where the call goes out to the responding district or station, and then it's a response time from the equipment personnel getting on the equipment, going out to the call, but in order to get to the call, then they have to deal with traffic. So one of the things that has improved dramatically is in the regional communication system and the response time of personnel getting out the door. Under the chief's leadership and his assistant chiefs, they have taken that time, spent a lot of time with the County Fire Chiefs Association, working with Broward County Sheriff Dispatch, Regional Dispatch Center. The county adding extra personnel has reduced that call-taking time. We've seen those decreases in the time. We have not, it's almost hard, and it's out of their control, fire rescue, is the traffic and the time when the apparatus, the rescue goes out the door to get to the scene if they get caught by train interference. When your bridge is being open, the intercoastal, things of this nature, special events. So we recommend that the city still participate in the Regional Communication Center and save the projected $15 million that was a number thrown out there to possibly switch over. The other recommendation we're going to have to look at strategically, and the statistics will show that the response call volume are primarily in districts where there's zones 2, which is out of Station 2 downtown, and Station 46. Station 2 goes all the way over into Flagler Village, Sistrunk, Progresso Village, all up to close to Wilton Manors. That's where the increase of call volumes are. Strategically, we need to start thinking of the next 5 years of 2 additional fire stations, start planning for it, future commissions, and also personnel of those stations and equipment. As you can see, I'm going to give the clerk, if you would. What's being handed out is a forecast for the next 5 years of the run-in increased load. Just the 4 months of this year, fire rescue has seen a dramatic increase of runs and responses, well above the forecasted for this year, as the model of forecasting will show. So it shows that we're a growing city, we're behind the curve on staffing, station locations, and we're going to have to do something to get ahead of the curve, or we're going to continue to drown in our own success of growth. As you saw just moments ago at the opening of the capsule, within a 15-minute time frame, I think you heard 3 different emergency fire rescue vehicles. That just shows you the increase of volume of calls. The other thing we're going to ask you to look at, not only this commission, we are the boating capital of the world. We do not have a full-time fire marine division. It's multi-staff from a Station 49 on the beach. If they're out, the fire boat's out. City of Miami Beach have full-time staffing of their fire rescue. We have over 100 miles of waterway inlets. Ideally it would be nice to have full staffing of the marine response team, but right now that's not doable because of the budget restraints and personnel we have to accomplish on rescue. But we need to start thinking about a phased approach on how to start accomplishing some of that. And then the 5th item I want to talk about, and I think we need to give strong consideration. As we all know, we went 17 years with an ad valorem increase. We're going to be possibly seeing one again this year. It's an election year. One of the things that we would ask that the next commission consider and start talking about it now is a proposed fire rescue taxing district. Pompano Beach has one. They've had one for many years. I have a copy of their resolution, and that money would be dedicated to the fire rescue. By doing so, what this does, it takes the decisions of tax increases out of the hands of the electorate and places it in the hands of the constituents as far as do they support a taxing district increase every time. And they decide the level of service that they're willing to pay for. By saying it takes away from the electorate, what this allows for is, okay, we're not going to do an ad valorem rate because it's an election year or it's unpopular, things of this nature. So we're asking for the consideration, start looking at it, start discussing it as a community. It'll be a 2-year process, and I think it has to go for a referendum, but it's something at least to explore the pros and cons. So with that, I know you have a lot on your plate today. I want to thank you for your time. One of the things that the committee asked for is maybe have a workshop, bring the entire committee here, and let's further discuss some of these points that we have discussed today, brought out. And again, we're fulfilling our obligation that was tasked to us by this committee that sunsets this year. And if the commission sees a need to extend it, we're here to serve the community and to serve the commission. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Bill. Anyone have any questions of Mr. Brown?
I've got a few comments.
All right. Start with District 1.
Thank you. So, Bill, with respect to constructing a few new stations, my only comment to that is we still haven't finished the fire station bond program that we started over 20 years ago. So I would not be in favor of saying we're going to build any more stations till we at least build what we promised everybody back in 2000.
Right.
When Station 13 finally gets done, I might be open to considering adding more and put it more on the plate. But I think it's critical that we finish up what we already promised everybody we were going to do. I think that's important.
And I might add to that, Commissioner, we wholeheartedly agree. Right. But I think in reality, we will all agree upon, this is a 5 to 7 year planning process.
Right. We do need to be thinking about that. And in accordance with that, so as we look at this call volume increase, I know traditionally our rollouts have been about 2/3 EMS, 1/3 fire. Are we seeing any changes in that proportionality? So as we look at this increasing calls for service, is it increasing in a pro rata rate traditional to what it has been? Because I'm not seeing a lot of structural fires anymore. So just as we look at this, because that tells me the kind of station we're going to build, the size of the station, the staffing of the station, the equipment that goes in the station. So if we're planning for this need 5 to 7 years out, I'd like to know what it is we are responding to, and I don't know if we've got that data built into your.
And I'm going to ask the chief to step up, but I can tell you from what I've seen, just as a lay person watching Pulse with the program that calls for CPR and it shows of the runs. They are seeing a slight increase in residential and structure fires. That's a given because of the growth of the community. At the same time, yes, they are seeing a substantial increase that can be attributed to the homeless, but also to the growth of EMS. Right. So I would say 85 to 90, and I don't have those numbers, Chief. You might be able to give more data on that. But as we grow, those numbers will continue to grow. That's a reality. So, Chief, you want to talk to help answer that question?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So to answer your question, or Commissioner Herbst, that we're still seeing the equal numbers and growth there. That just last month we had over 50 working fires in the city. Primarily those are in residential units, and with the fire protection that you currently have in place, we're affording the community to normally contain those to room and content fires, which is so incredibly important, especially when we're looking at businesses that are allowing these businesses to get back into operations within a matter of weeks instead of months after a fire.
Could we get a report on where the majority of the structural fires are coming from? Because, historically I've always understood that the structural fires are typically taking places in a lot of our older residences. So, for example, the house that I lived in had its own built-in sprinkler system indoors because it was built in 2007. It was a townhouse, and so under our building code, you had to have an indoor sprinkler system. So I know the fire response relative to some of our newer structures is probably different than you're going to see in some of the older, so even in Vic Park, you got a lot of the older cottages and things of that nature, more likely to be fully engulfed, than, again, a townhouse with a sprinkler system. So I'd love to see just where you're seeing the structural fires coming from, and then let's tie that back to where we think we're going to see the new stations and need for service. So I just want to see how that gets integrated. Last question I would have, Bill, is going back to talking about a fire rescue taxing district. So right now, we've got a fire assessment fee where we attempt to do full cost recovery on the fire portion, and I shouldn't say fire rescue fee, it's a fire assessment. Because as we all know, you can't do rescue on an assessment because the assessment is tied to the property. You can't have an assessment tied to individuals, so we only do it on that side. So how are you envisioning a fire rescue taxing district working differently from the fire assessment fee that we're currently using to recoup the full cost of fire suppression?
Well, the fire taxing district could be used to help pay the salaries and benefits to staff the equipment and stations. The fire assessment fee cannot be used for that. Now, this is why I mentioned it, at least start exploring and considering that we sit there, we look at the pros, we look at the cons. It might be that the fire assessment fee might be lowered if a taxing district, or how that works. There's not enough information that we've dove into to learn about, but I think it has to be a collaborative effort between city staff, Office of Budget and Finance, and fire rescue personnel, and looking at the model from Pompano Beach and what state law allows the city to do if they were to move forward in this direction. But all we're asking for is considering it. Let's look at alternatives. It might be at the end of the day, we don't do it. But at least we've done our due diligence of looking outside the box on how to solve our problems, because seriously, we are way behind the industry standards on staffing models.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, John?
No, I'd throw this over to our city attorney. So when we look at how we structure this, so typically when you're setting up something like a special district like that, you have an appointing authority, right? So presumably in this case, the appointing authority would remain the city commission, because I want to kind of get to the question, that Bill is trying to sort of address here in how do we make this a non-political consideration. But if you've got a district, it still has to propose a budget. The budget still has to be approved. At the end of the day, the city commission would still be approving that budget. So I don't think you're taking politics out of this in any way, shape, or form, unless this is, an independent special district that has its own elected officials. So I'd like to know how you would anticipate that working.
I'd have to take a look at it for you, but
Right.
I would
Yeah,
hope
if you
it-
could bring back just a memo on that, talking
Yes.
about how a special district would get structured.
It may be dependent. And that's
Right, because we've got a couple of special districts as it is, right? The Downtown Development Authority is a dependent special district, right? We appoint the members of it and we approve the budget. So it still comes back to us for approval. So
It gives you a buffer.
I'm sorry?
It gives a buffer.
It gives a buffer, but we still do it here in City Hall, or our surrogate City Hall, if you will.
Yeah.
So I'd like to understand from your perspective legally, who would be the appointing authority, who would approve the budget, what would that mechanism be, especially if it's a taxing district, right? So if it's a taxing district with its own millage rate, it goes on your tax bill. We're not entirely insulating it from a political process when we do that. So I just want to understand that. Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
Okay.
Commissioner Sturman,
Hold on a
go
second.
ahead.
I have to go. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. John basically asked a question pertaining to the taxing and assessment, so I'm good right now.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, it gives us the opportunity to explore it more.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
No questions, but I did want to thank the committee, and I am in concurrence with all the recommendations in the letter, and I've reviewed those also with the chief, so thank you both. Thanks to the committee. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Sturman.
Well, thank you very much. Bill, thank you for your service. Chief Golan, thank you also. When we came in, there's a standard in the community that you have 3 personnel for every EMS call. We've historically only had 2, and that's 2 problems. Number one, every time there was an EMS call, we'd have to send a fire truck, and there's the cost, as well as taking a whole unit out of service and having a void. We discussed this, Greg, maybe last year about changing the budget to do exactly what Bill said, bring up to 3 people for every EMS unit. How are we doing with that?
So we did consider that, and we would like, we're working on a recommendation to bring before you to increase the number of units that have that level of capacity. It does improve in response and survivability rate of the patient. So there is a benefit. Just again, it's all about prioritizing the budget. So if that's what the commission would like to move forward on, certainly it can be done.
Well, it'll be safe in the long run because you wouldn't have to put 2 units to every EMS call. So,
certainly, and there is no price for saving life. So, I just want to, I want to, say that if that's the priority, certainly staff can work around that.
Well, but Broward Health is here, so saving lives is dear to my heart as well as to all of us.
And Commissioner, I'll give you a little more detail.
Sure.
As of the end of this current budget cycle, 2024, there'll be 7 rescues, 7 of the 16 that have 3 personnel, leaving a remainder of 9 with 2 personnel.
Oh, so we are heading in the right direction.
That's 2 a year. You can see it's going to take 5
Sure.
years.
You mentioned something else, the 911 call center, and this is, again, more Greg, I think, than you, Steve. If we did ever pull out of 911 with the county, our obligation, financial obligation, doesn't end, and we'll be still paying our share of the cost either way. Is that correct?
We still do, correct. Okay. And as a matter of fact, that's something that perhaps both chiefs can work on with state legislation to see how perhaps that could be an opportunity to have or craft a better way of funneling the funding, so that the city of Fort Lauderdale can have a PSAP in its vicinity and be able to respond to calls more effectively. So that's something certainly that it would require studies and analysis and pros and cons. It certainly would be an approach that you all can embark upon.
And
The only thing I'd add to that, though, if we're expecting the county to contribute any money back to us towards a PSAP, I was going to tell you, you're whistling in the wind. Never going to happen.
Probably right. Chief Colin, one question for you, if I can. Of the three new stations that have come into the city, all three in my district, by the way, two of them planned are going to be EMS only, and those are going to be the first two EMS only stations in the city. They're predicted to be up and running within, about a year or two, or what's?
So they're both in the procurement stages at this point. The one station located down off South Federal, and then the other one located off Las Olas. There's a deficit in fire response as well to the Las Olas Isles. So some of our most challenging response times are in that area. So both stations are being designed for future growth with 2 bays in them. We have 3 rescues that are currently out of Station 2 downtown. And the thought process right now for the station off of Las Olas is to staff it with a fire truck there, so it's able to respond to both EMS and fire calls, so it's more versatile, but also to take one of the rescues that's downtown at Station 2 and move that over. In the last budget cycle last year, you had approved, the commission had approved for staffing for a new rescue for 88, which is the one down South Federal Highway. That truck went into service earlier this year in January, so that increased staffing has already been implemented. Once the station's built, then they'll move over into that new location.
Chief Golan, thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Before you go away, so a couple questions. Some of the population projections that are in the backup, I think, are a little liberal. I can't imagine the city increasing in population 20,000 people every year for the next 5 years. So I don't want our fundamentals to be incorrect, and therefore we're making decisions based on incorrect fundamentals. So we've got to straighten that out. Number two, yes, we are in denial if we don't think we have to improve our response time as well as increase the number of personnel. But to my recollection, we increased personnel significantly in fire and police in the last two budget cycles ago, and we were told that extra complement of fire personnel was going to be sufficient to supply the amount of individuals that we needed to go out with each call. So now you're telling us we're behind the time. So why didn't we provide enough personnel at that time in our budget? Why are we still behind when in fact we thought we were catching up with that decision back then? I don't expect you to have. It's a rhetorical question. I'm not expecting you to answer that question, but that concerns me. And I think that the dichotomy between EMS and fire suppression is going to be an important understanding for the commission, because why create a whole fire station just to address mostly EMS concerns? And I would imagine that fire structures are going to also increase in number throughout the year, but at the same time, it's my understanding, based on previous representations made by the department, that the majority of the responses are for EMS. So, I mean, I don't want to see a hook and ladder go out to rescue a cat up in the tree. It's like, we have to be judicious in our assignment of assets. But I'm just being facetious. But the point is that these are big numbers, and the fire fee that we charge every year was supposed to be for fire suppression, as Commissioner Herbst pointed out. But at the same time, maybe each district needs to take responsibility for the amount of calls that come from that particular area of town and not burden the entire city. So if one area of the city is not making the same number of calls for service as another part of the city, why are they paying the same amount for fire response? So some things to talk about, and maybe those issues can be addressed with a taxing district. So these are all good ideas, and I think the commission is very keen on trying to resolve them. No life is so invaluable that we shouldn't have sufficient personnel to respond to people, especially in cases of emergency. So we need to be better prepared. Commissioner Sturman, that conversation about having our own 911 service, we've been told time and again, I think, that it's become very cost prohibitive.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating for it. I'm
Yeah.
not.
Well, it's a good point, but we've raised it before. For some reason, to start up all over again, not only would the startup costs be prohibitive, but also the operational costs. But Bill has said to us that they're doing better.
Much better.
Okay.
Okay, and that's partially not only to the county giving more money to the sheriff's department to staff, but also to buy the equipment and closest response units. It's a multitude of things, but they are doing much better. It's the problem that they can't solve is traffic, and in street closures,
Well, traffic,
and
obstructions, bridges going up and down, trains. We need a tunnel.
And Mayor, to your point, yes, just to build a station to have a hook and ladder go, $1 million piece of equipment to do a, minor EMS call is ridiculous. But the previous fire administration used what was called EMS substations. That, my personal opinion, and I think the committee would agree, that number one, you do not get any credit on the accreditation process for EMS substation. The terminology is fire station. You can build a fire station, put a rescue in. It's not that much more to add an extra bay in case you would have to increase 10 years, 15 years down the road to put a fire apparatus, an additional rescue in there or an additional fire engine. So you just don't want to build a single bay and just have it sit there, because you're long term, you're not strategically thinking correctly.
Okay. All right. Thanks again, Bill. I really appreciate you being
Thank
here.
you, Bill.
Did you have a
If I could
question?
say something before Bill leaves, and just concerned about the conversation about per district assessment. I don't think that's the direction we need to go in. Thinking about my district, we just heard about a lot of the fires, residence structures are coming from the historic areas. Most of the homes that are represented in my district are those types of homes. So I don't see why we would consider having a conversation to tax or assess per district. I think the method that we're using now for the whole city, we are a city. This is something that we should carry together and not isolate district by district.
Okay.
And Commissioner, I might add, thankfully, the city still owns the property where the old fire station 46 in your district is, and that's one of the areas that we heavily identified for growth. So I would encourage this commission and future commissions not to dispose of that property until decisions have been made strategically on expanding the fire service.
Which property is this?
The old fire station 46.
Oh, right.
Just look at me right. It would be south or north of Sunrise on power line, off of power line.
I know the location.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
And we'll await your direction if you'd like to have a workshop
Okay.
with the entire.
I think that's where we're headed.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Our second communication from the Sustainability Advisory Board. Is there a representative here from the Sustainability Advisory Board? Hello. Good afternoon. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Glenn Hadwin, Sustainability Manager. The Sustainability Advisory Board sent you this communication to let you know that they support the creation of a Chief Waterway Officer for the city to give us a comprehensive way to address our water issues throughout the city. I know the city's already exploring this, so the SAB is in support of that.
Okay. Any questions?
I do have a question. So, Glenn, when the Budget Advisory Board made its rounds of departments, was this mentioned to them at their early discussions with each of the departments so that they made note of that for their preparation for their meetings with us?
That I don't know the answer to.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor. The Budget Advisory Board starts their meetings with departments tomorrow, and we meet weekly in the month of May.
Excellent. So I'm sure that will be brought up and that'll be incorporated in that discussion.
Yeah, in the Public Works Department.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you. The final communication is from the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board. Troy, you're here. You have any thoughts on that? Okay. Anyone have any questions with regard to? It's an item on tonight's agenda anyway to transfer the funds back into the city for redistribution. Anyone have any questions regarding that?
Actually, I do have a couple of points, but even before tonight, we're going to be discussing this at our CRA agenda this afternoon
Yes.
on R1. So
Yes.
I'm going to hold all my comments for that. Thank you.
Very good. All right, so now we're able to move on to the next item. We have state legislative session update, and I see our state senator here, Senator Pizzo's here, as well as Daphne Sainville. We're here to report on all the good things that have been happening in Tallahassee this past session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Daphne Sainville, Public Affairs.
And Chip also, and Senator. Okay, very. We have a chorus of voices here.
The homage hooker.
We brought the hooker, and we have our contract lobbyist
Senator
as well.
Rosalind Osgood. We have State Representative Campbell. We have Chip Lamarca. Everybody's here.
Yeah, so we have Senator Osgood, Senator Pizzo, Representatives Chip Lamarca, Darrell Campbell, and Representative Dunkley here to provide a comprehensive but very brief state legislative update. Before I go up to do a brief update about the bills that we were following, I want to have the representatives and the senators provide their updates.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Get nominated to go first. So, good evening, Commissioners, Mayor.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. It's afternoon.
It's going to be evening soon enough. Mr. City Manager, thank you for your service. I know you have an item on your agenda, so before I talk about the legislative update, I see that you have item 24-0280. Let you know I'm in support of you supporting the Galt Mile funding. It's on your agenda. And Commissioner Herbst and I would very much like everyone's support on that. And we'll go back to Tallahassee to try to get some more funding next year. Real quick so some of the things that I had the privilege of working on, and Senator Pizzo and I worked on the Fort Lauderdale Breakers Avenue project. And it started somewhere I think the ask was about $4 million. We started getting traction at about $1 million, $1.5 million. And thanks to the senator and our contract lobbyists' efforts and mine, we were able to get that to $3 million in the budget. It's actually 2.5 plus $0.5 million. I spoke with the budget director last week, and although the governor has not signed the budget yet, made sure that they understood. And if my other 7 cities are watching this meeting, I apologize, but that was my top priority. So that's very important.
When is he going to sign the budget? Come on, you know everything, Chip.
Senator Pizzo is probably going to tell you that he'll drag us up there and make us vote on some other things, and then we'll get the budget. I would have a different perception of that, but we may have a special session, and it may be after that. So okay. I would count on first week of June. And then real quick on legislative issues, I know that you're going to be having some conversations about a bill that I would encourage everyone here on the dais and everyone watching this meeting to please call the governor's office and ask him to veto the vacation rental bill. Senate Bill, I believe, 280. It doesn't go in the direction that we'd like it here in Fort Lauderdale or quite honestly anywhere else on the east side of or anywhere in Broward County, but certainly the cities that I have the privilege of representing. And then I'm only going to talk about one other bill, and that was the My Safe Florida Home bill. That is for the hardening and investment into your homes and making your homes more resilient to storm damage. The program is going to it's going to start on July 1. And to be clear, the way we did it this year, I ran it last year, there's $200 million in funding with it. A lot of that is the vast majority of that is for grant funding. It will be handled July 1 through July 15th. It will be for residents 60 years of age and older who are low income. The next 2 weeks, it will be residents 60 years of age and older that are any income. and then it will be residents under that, low income, and then so by the 1st of September, it'll be open to everybody. But the grant funding, very clear on this, it's a 2-to-1 match to up to $10,000 for single family or a townhome. So you can have help with installing impact windows and doors, roof replacement, roof hold downs, things like that. And then there is another bill that I didn't run directly, but supported and co-sponsored for condominium owners. It will allow them to have access to funding for windows and doors and roofs and things like that. So those have both been signed by the governor. So the funding will be made available starting July 1.
And how far back is it prospectively? Like if someone like myself has already done it, I'm out of luck.
It's prospectively, not retrospectively. It's not going to go back. Unfortunately, no. It's for it. And so we did look at who's most in need to start and who's least likely going to be able to come out of pocket to make their home more resilient against storms. So it's for seniors and lower income.
Okay, great. Thank you.
With that, I'll let this amazing team also.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and elected other commissioners. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. Like Rep. Lamarca said, I just want to be brief about my updates from my legislative perspective and for the city. So I was asked by the city to carry a project in a community court for $100,000, and so I was grateful with the work of my senator here, Senator Osgood, to be able to bring back with our lobby team to be able to bring back that funding back. And I am just really appreciative that over the last 2 legislative sessions that this city has asked me to bring funding back. I was able to do that through with the help again of my Senator Osgood. And if for your recollection on the community court is just to address the issue of the underlying homelessness that we may have and to prevent some of those from going to jails, et cetera. So the program will be fitting, we passed bills to regarding homelessness. So we were already in the city of Fort Lauderdale already addressing that issue. So that was the bill that I was asked to carry. And I just want to be brief to say that again, with my team of my other legislator and my senator, I was grateful to be able to carry a bill for career-themed courses for middle schoolers. And the reason it's passionate for me is because here in our county and just throughout the county, I see our young people that we are lack of direction and how our kids are not matriculating through school the way they should. And I think through the senator and I, we're able to, as of July 1st, that bill is their kids will be able to understand the options they have to go back to when they are matriculating through their process of middle school to high school to carry on job offerings that they have. And so I'm just going to leave it right there and leave it to the others to carry through on what we did in the legislative session. As Rep. Lamarca talked about the My Safe Florida Home, I was excited about that too, because many of our communities are facing so much with their home insurance, and to be able to have that buffer for them to help them to be able to do something. We're still, and I hope our next legislative session, we're going to really take a hard look at insurance and the cost for insurance and renters. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Representative. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Representative Darrell Campbell, District 99. Coming with you my legislative update. It was different from my first session, to say that frank. This time the House had a little bit less to kind of work with within the budget, but working with Senator Osgood and Representative Lamarca, we were able to bring home $1.5 million in just for the sidewalk repairs here for the district. And so we're still, as we said, we're still waiting for that to get into the budget. But on the House side, it's a little bit tricky. You have to kind of pull your pieces together. And so I appreciate Representative Lamarca for everything he did in helping to get more ears on and more eyes on that project. And so in the House side, and so with that, we also had money I had Carter Park, one of the things that we brought back from last session. Unfortunately, this session, we did not get it into the budget, but the great news is that we were in talks with the governor's office, and we found a different avenue for the park to get funded, and making sure that, and so we've been working with the legislative affairs team in making sure that that they apply for it and that they get that funding for Carter Park, and keeping sure that we're following up on that as well. As regards to some of the things that went on, I saw on your agenda that you guys are talking about the encamping and encampment bills and stuff like that. Well, while you are discussing that, I want you to keep in mind that one of the bills that I presented forward and got passed was a homeless initiative where people who once were homeless now have an opportunity to be exempt from a level 2 background with DCF to get jobs that allow for them to be peer support specialists to people that are currently homeless. And so this is an exemption that we created. I know sometimes it seems like we do one thing and we combat it in the next in the state, but this is a really good bill to really good situation to really get them jobs and help provide mental health services down in our community. And so with that being said, I really appreciate your time. I appreciate the work that your staff have done. And the only request that I have is that you all reject the
Vacation rental.
yeah, reject the vacation bill, and also reject the Greg, the city manager's exit resume, so that we can keep him here a little bit longer. But with that being said, I'm done with my report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep.
Senator Osgood.
Thank you, and it's a delight to be here in the city of Fort Lauderdale as a homegrown Fort Lauderdale city-born District 3 resident. I'm excited to be here.
33311.
Yes, the proud product of the 33311. I want you guys to pause a moment and look at us. There are great things that happen in Tallahassee across party lines, and we're an example of it. Rep. Lamont and I, for the second year, was able to secure $250,000 to support our school district in the mental health of athletes. A lot of what I'm going to give an update on is education. We had 3 school deregulation bills that are going to be very, very helpful to our school district. I was proud to support the bill that would allow a construction apprenticeship program for students that are 16 and 17. Now, some of you guys freaked out thinking that they were going to work in unsafe environments, but it's not true. That bill will give opportunities, especially to females, to become a part of an industry that they often struggle to be a part of because of their gender. I was also a proud supporter of banning kids from social media without parent consent, 13 years of age and under. Because being a former school board member and having various experiences of how many predators are online attacking our children and taking advantage of them. We do need your support. I'm going to ask each of you, and I don't know how territorial you are about districts, but I know my commissioner is a leader and she wouldn't mind, if you would visit the Department of Juvenile Justice facility that's located off of Broward Boulevard. We have to address that facility. It is deployable for us to have kids. Even if they are incarcerated, they shouldn't be in that facility. I'm also going to ask that you pay attention and support our new school superintendent. As we talk about closing and repurposing schools, we have to right-size our schools so that we can be more efficient and effective. The populations that we had in the city many years ago with kids, it's just different today. So we need to work together to be a part of the solution and help bring this change forth in our community. And I'm looking forward to working along with you as we move forward as with the issues with the homelessness. And I wasn't a proponent of that bill because I didn't like the part that say they could be arrested. The minute we attach criminalization to something, I think it gives the wrong idea of what we're trying to do. but I am so proud and honored to represent you in Tallahassee. And I thank each of you for your continued partnership as we continue to work together to make the city of Fort Lauderdale the best place to work, live, and play. Thank you.
Wait, Senator, can I ask you a question about that bill? We're going to be talking about it shortly in our agenda, but let me ask you something. Since you were up there, you heard the conversations, and Senator Pizzo also, if you want to chime in, and all of you actually, you know, it's a perplexing statute because it gives the cities the authority to arrest somebody for camping in a public space, okay? And then it says if a municipality, whether it be a city or a county, wants to set up encampment sites that are controlled, then it gives a recipe for how to do it. But if a municipality decides just to arrest people but not provide accommodations or a shelter, it also gives that municipality the option to do that. In other words, if we decide to do nothing, then there's no recourse, except in January, a private citizen can come and sue the city or the county for not providing the shelter. Now, if the city of Fort Lauderdale doesn't have the resources, but the county may, all right, and we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place where we have homeless people and we're about to be a victim, we're about to be named as a defendant in a lawsuit, you can see how this is going to be a cottage industry for enterprising lawyers to go out there and start collecting attorney's fees. This city has already suffered a tremendous financial blow from other lawsuits in which we have been part of trying to get a handle on our homeless situation, to the point of hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees. And how do we prevent that from happening to the city of Fort Lauderdale, given the current structure in which this statute has been now defined?
I'm going to defer to our attorney and my leader, Senator Pizzo, and I'm hoping that anyone listening in any city, I feel personally that we have a best practice in Broward County. Working at the nonprofit at my church, I think that we've made a lot of strides. And I'm hoping as we move forward that we work collectively. You know, if I was in another seat, I would say this is one of those things that the League of Cities used to help us work through, where we all come together and look at the part we're going to play. I hope that the approach is not each city go after it on its own, because the homeless community is very transient. And we haven't even talked about the homeless kids that are sometimes under the bridge by the Galleria. So I'm going to defer to the attorney who was not happy about this in Tallahassee, and hopefully he can give you some light.
Okay, thanks. The short answer is if you go to flsenate.gov and you put in the bill number, it'll show you all the committees and all the stops that it made, and you should watch the attendant video. Very often I realize as session starts over the last 6 years that my greatest utility is to go ahead and lay a record and a bunch of tangential kind of hypotheticals. There are huge workarounds, but you're absolutely right. You can have an individual, restaurant owner, small business owner, complain about one incident. That's the pattern that's sufficient to go ahead and force the issue and force your hand into doing it. There are some workarounds. You can actually go ahead and take city property, lease it to somebody for $1, and they can do whatever they want without any of the attendant requirements that are listed out there in the itemized schedule of required components of that. But again, this loquacious answer to your short question, I would encourage you to watch the Community Affairs Committee that Senator Osgood chairs and that I sit on. And I went through a panoply of questions as it relates to this bill and hypotheticals, mindful of Fort Lauderdale, Sunny Isles, Hallandale, and Hollywood. And I had asked the bill sponsor, I mean, this is a think tank experiment from the Cicero Institute. It's not been used in any other states. And I had asked the state senator, Senator Martin, if he wouldn't mind doing a pilot program in his county, Lee County. And his answer to me, quite candidly, was no, because I don't want to attract a bunch of homeless people to my district. But I would encourage you to go ahead and watch it. But you're absolutely right as it relates to a private action against the city.
So I read the article about how this was this idea was the brainchild of this think tank, and it's clearly one of those ivory tower ideas that has very, very serious implications and very poor consequences for those of us here on the ground trying to cope with the expectations of the state legislature. So we'll get into it later, but I'm very, very concerned about the risk and exposure that cities like Fort Lauderdale will have if we don't have enough shelters for our homeless people, and we don't. Okay.
A bit of a cheat sheet, again, on that bill, and again, you'll see in the questioning, you can go ahead and contract with a third party at really no cost, and that third party does not have the same attendant obligation and requirements and components of that site that you would as a city doing it directly, if you follow what I'm saying.
All right, so we'll talk about that offline, and we'll have to see what that means.
Could I just be clear on that? So you're saying we could take city-owned property and we can contract with a not-for-profit to administer a shelter? Okay. So basically, that puts the burden of establishing the shelter back on the city again.
Correct.
Whereas right now, the burden is on the county to establish the campground, the temporary campground, not on the city. They merely need the city's acquiescence to housing it within our city boundaries.
But there are also, as you may have read in the bill, a number of attendant requirements as to the components that you have to include, from mental health services.
Right, all of that.
But isn't that the county, though? That the obligation to fund all of that,
I don't
though,
think
is on
so,
the county.
John. I don't think so.
Well, that's what I want to.
Yeah. As we sort of honed down into its second or third committee stop, when I saw it, we narrowed down the point, I believe, in the last meeting, not on the Senate floor, as it relates to this is going to be every one of the 411 municipal requirements and responsibilities, not counties.
All right, because as I understood, the county was establishing the campground and simply asked the city, can we do this within your municipal boundaries? And we said, yes, you can go and establish a campground within our municipal boundaries. We're not establishing the campground.
Understood, but as it relates to specific action by a business owner to the city,
right?
And I know Raina's here and Gabby's here, and Ron spoke extensively on this as well, obviously with his experience with the Homeless Trust in Miami-Dade County. My biggest concern, selfishly, and being very candid, was protection of my cities,
right?
Protection of our cities, and so I viewed it through the lens of a municipal requirement and responsibility, and the burden is really on the city.
As I understand it right now from the conversations we're going to have later, the county has declined to participate in establishing any encampments within Broward County. So if I understand that correctly, then our only option is arrest people. And then it becomes the sheriff's problem to deal with.
Yeah, there was an early iteration of a bill as it relates to directly dealing with homelessness or the unhoused that never published, but was sort of circulated amongst a few of us, which was pretty horrible, and went right to criminality without any other follow through. This was considered to be a more appropriate version, and by extension, it's basically saying if you want to go ahead and allow this, it's akin and analogous to sanctuary cities. That's basically the mindset and the ethos behind it.
So I want to go on record because I want to be clear. This is not just simply putting up an encampment. As a person who formerly lived homeless, there are a lot of consequences that have not been calculated. Pregnant women, mothers with children, an encampment is not safe and it's inappropriate. So when we think about legislation, there has to be some concept, and I believe in local government, but there's the people element here too. So if I'm a pregnant mom and I'm sleeping, or a mom and I'm sleeping and I get arrested, now I'm going to be separated from my kids. And by the way, just because I'm homeless doesn't mean that I'm not working and paying taxes. I could be 2 paychecks away from first last security to my own place. I can't go into any program for help because when I tell them that I'm sleeping in the car with my kids, they're going to take my kids. So homelessness is not a one-size-fits-all. Sometimes you just need a little help till you get the next check. We have many homeless persons, including students and kids, that their situation is very different. A lot of the elderly now. So it's not something that we can just sit in our elected positions and overreact or react to the law without asking these questions, because the consequences are going to be to the people and then ultimately to all of us. So when we arrest these people, now we're paying twice. How long are we going to keep them in jail? We have to let them out, but now they come out with the record of being incarcerated, which is an impediment for employment. So I believe that we need to have a collective conversation with the cities and the county, and it needs to be something that we own as a community, not just leave the ball to the municipalities or to the county. I think that we're clever enough in this area to come together and all do our part to figure it out. Prioritizing people. Homelessness is an issue, but it doesn't mean that somebody should get another consequence and be put in jail or put in an unsafe environment. I just think this bill kept me up. The women that will be raped in those encampments. You have people that are actively in drug addiction. We don't have enough beds at BART. I could just go on and on. You have people that have returned from the military that have mental health issues. And to say that if you put them in one place, you can provide all the wraparound services. So what happens when Henderson shows up and the 8 hours is gone and it's still a line of 200 people that need their services for that day? How do they pick and choose who they help first? So it's things like that that we have to think about. This is an adaptive challenge. We can't just provide a technical solution. It's too critical to our community, and it's too critical to the future of our community.
I think, though, you're preaching to the wrong choir. We've already asked the county to sit down with us so that we together can work in partnership and collaboration. And so far, the county's answer has said, we're not interested in building any more shelters. We're not interested in working with you on encampments. They have simply said, sorry, cities, go figure this out on your own. So I plead with you to take that passion that you just exhibited to us and go talk to the county commission, because we hear you.
And I have, and as the senator for this area, I'm going to keep saying it to all of y'all. I'm passionate, but I'm also angry about it. Because being a formerly homeless person, where this community, it was this community that helped me put my life back together. So I believe so strongly in this community. I think, again, that we have to work together. I've talked to Mayor Rich about this, and I will continue. There are people like me, like I was, and it was this community that helped me rebuild my life, that allowed me to do the things I do today. So I believe in this community. I believe we can figure it out. I don't think we should overreact until we really understand, like the questions. Send them to the Senate lawyers. Get documentation. A lot of times in the school district, a policy come forth and it's misinterpreted, and then things start happening and it's not what the legislation says. So I'm here to work with you. If I need to convene the meeting with everybody, I don't have a problem with doing that.
That would be helpful. We may bring some funding from the state to go along with these unfunded mandates.
That was another question. We didn't like the unfunded mandates. We thought if it was going to be a priority, it definitely should have came with funding. And as Senator Pizzo said, you can go look at all the exchange we had in advocating on your behalf. We get that.
Mayor, Senator Osgood, and again, I wanted to add to the frustration expressed by Commissioner Herbst, because it's not only what he said with regards to us reaching out to the county and basically receiving no response, or just that we're not interested. But I want to make sure that our delegation understands the unique situation that Fort Lauderdale finds itself in. We have Broward Health downtown, and we have the jail downtown. We find that it's not just the county that really sometimes is not willing to help, but like what Senator Pizzo said about Lee County not wanting homeless to come to their county, we have over 30 cities, over 30 municipalities in Broward County that don't look at this as their problem at all. And so Fort Lauderdale, because we have Broward Health downtown, we have the jail downtown, we find ourselves in the situation where everyone's coming downtown. And then when they are released from jail or when they are released from Broward Health, where are they? They're in Fort Lauderdale. And that's our frustration, because everyone else in our county is ignoring that aspect of this issue. We are just not getting the assistance and the resources that we need as a city. And this really should be everyone's concern in Broward County, and it's just not.
I would humbly suggest that your administration take a look at the itemization of court costs that are attached to each criminal case. Authorized by statute, the first $50 goes to crimes compensation, $10 to teen court, another $3. But state statute authorizes the county to go ahead and include their own charges. I could speak to Miami-Dade County. They have 165 and 185. Sally Heyman did one. And another commissioner years before 2005 and 2006. So $350 of the $500 in court costs being collected by the county. I don't believe it's any different in the 20 circuits, so I believe that Broward County is collecting a lot of that. The clerk does it and acts as an escrow agent. You should ask where that flow of funds are going. I don't know what your collection rate is. It's probably on criminal cases anywhere from 9 to 16%. That's basically the blended average on a criminal case. And you guys should ask for some of that money, especially if it's attendant to releases and there's a nexus there.
So when I've looked at that, I apologize.
I was going to say, to your point, it's whistling in the wind again.
Right. Well, so I did an audit when I used to be up in Jacksonville of the court system up there, and what we find is that, like you said, the overall collection rate on criminal cases is relatively low. The collection rate on these particular types of arrests are non-existent. So there's absolutely no collection of homeless individuals who are arrested for quality of life crime, because almost by definition, part of the reason they're homeless is they have no money. So they're certainly not paying their court costs or anything else. So there is money being collected by the court system, certainly, but what is collected is not being generated from the kinds of arrests that we're going to be seeing.
Can I ask you guys a question? So as I said, I'm a long-term resident here. We tried the camps before and it didn't work in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Do we have any of that information? Because this bill just came.
Tried what? I didn't hear that.
We had the encampment
We had
before.
the tent city.
Yeah, we had tent
That
city,
was a
and it was a
disaster.
horrible thing in our city. And I know we were not asked before this bill came forth, but we've been down this road before. It's a waste of money. It increases
But
crime.
what the problem is that ability for an individual to sue us.
Yes.
If they took that out, then we have time to talk. We have time to do all this kumbaya collective conversation. So we don't have that luxury of
So
time.
maybe if we go to a special session.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Mr. Boyer, could I weigh in on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to wait till later on, and I will give the bulk of this a little bit later when that item comes up later in conference. But I was tasked several meetings ago to reach out to Broward Health and start talking about this exact issue. And to their credit, Broward Health CEO and the CEO of the hospital, I have been talking for several weeks, several months right now, and I'll give the presentation further down later on in this meeting. But we are working with them. We do have a connection with the county that we're looping in, and to their credit, we are on the same page. A lot of good things I'll report.
When you say conversation with the county, you mean?
I'll give details later on. I don't have
Okay.
to take up
All right.
everybody's time,
All
but
right.
we are talking. We're starting to move forward, and it's something very encouraging. I'm very excited to talk about this later on this afternoon.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to add something too. When you're having these discussions, I know Broward Health does an amazing job, but also they're going to be over inundated with a lot of services. So start looking at some of these community-based resources, community-based organizations that are in the community that can also help to deviate and take in some of these clientele, because as we know, they're not just dealing with homeless issues, is you're dealing with some type of mental health, housing, things of that nature. And so working with community organizations will help allow for a lot of these situations, a lot of these conversations to be had, so that these people and these individuals don't feel like they're being treated or mistreated in any type of way, because they know how to approach them and they know how to.
So to that point, thank God for those organizations over the years. Had we not had those organizations, the problem would be even much worse. But they're overwhelmed at this point, and we need to expand those services. As Senator Osgood said, the BARC is overwhelmed with clients. And the thing is that we can't ignore what we see every day on our streets. And there's a reality here that has to be addressed, and we need to start focusing on the source of the unhoused in our city. And the reality is that we have a certain imperative to address here as a city commission of this great city of ours, and we cannot ignore it. We need the partnership of our county government, and we'll continue to try to work in that regard. I also think your point is well taken, Senator, that we need to work with the League of Cities and to talk with the other cities, Pompano Beach, Hollywood, Deerfield, all the cities that have majority of the homeless folks in our county, and maybe we can collectively come up with solutions amongst ourselves. So we'll start that conversation, and that will be something we were going to talk about. Commissioner Beasley Pittman is our representative on the League of Cities. So when we start to address Business 5, we'll certainly discuss that. But all right, I'm sorry I didn't mean to bring this up, but you brought it up first.
You know how I feel about it.
But I just didn't want to lose your input, because you're here and we appreciate it, we love you, and we know that you struggle up in Tallahassee to try to affect change. But for some reason, there's a jaundiced view of reality in Tallahassee, and sometimes they don't see what's going on here in our cities here in South Florida. So. Any other questions? Otherwise, we have Daphne, who wants to add to this. Wrap it up, Daphne.
So I wanted to say thank you to our senators and our representatives again. It was a great update and seeing your point of view as to what we do up in Tallahassee. So thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your service. We really appreciate it.
For part 2 of the update, I have our contract firms here. So I have Ronna Brown representing Ron Book. I have Bill Rubin and Sharonda here representing Rubin Turnbull. I also have Jared here representing Capital City. And I have LJ.
What are they going to talk about?
LJ here for Candace Eriks. So they're going to give their insight as to how this session went with our wins, especially on the appropriation side. We were able to bring home approximately $4.97 million in our projects, one of them being what Representative LaMarca said was our Breakers Avenue. So I wanted to get their insight and let them share their insight on how this session went with all the preemption and unfunded mandates, as well as their insight into next session as well.
Okay, thank you.
So if y'all can come up.
Our big guns.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Rubin, Rubin Turnbull and Associates, with my colleague Sharonda Placide here. It's an honor, first of all, to represent the city. This is our home headquarters and has been since I opened in 1991. So Fort Lauderdale is very important to us. You have a great delegation and you have a great staff person in Daphne who is known not just by the local delegation, by people in power, and it's been great to work with my colleagues here. We were mainly tasked on the mental health homeless side to help get some funding there, and on the stormwater issue for the city. And so hopefully with those funds, that'll start the ability for the city to be able to be made whole. So we're very grateful to be here. Happy to answer any questions.
What kind of numbers are we looking at for stormwater?
Stormwater
grants?
was 175. So we'd asked for 700, Mayor, and
700,000.
Yes, sir, 700,000.
We need 700 million. Not to pour water on this, but
you're pouring good water on it, and so hopefully
come back when you have those 3 extra zeros.
Yes, sir. We're going to come back when we have much more for you on it.
Okay.
Jared, I'm going to throw you to the wolves.
That's okay.
Who is this man?
Yeah, who is this guy? Hey guys, Jared Rosenstein. I couldn't be more proud, obviously, to represent the city of Fort Lauderdale. I'm a Broward guy. This is, my hometown. I will say that our delegation works tirelessly, seriously, at all hours of the night to make sure that we have the information we need. When we interface with staff here at the city, they are just Johnny on the spot. This year, both myself and Mr. Book's office with Ronna and Gabby, we worked on the Breakers Avenue project. I know that is a critical piece of infrastructure for the city. It has a unique blend of federal funding, local funding, and state funding. The budget has not been finalized yet. We're going to go in pretty low, actually, dollar amount wise, like 1 million, 1.5 million, and we ended up getting around 3 million. I think the total project is going to be much larger than that with the combined 3 sources of funding. when we're advocating in Tallahassee, infrastructure is a key component of the budget. And one of the things that I tell cities that I work with and represent is road projects, water projects, right? Those are the key budget items you want to hit when you go up to Tallahassee. You want to go talk to leadership. You want to talk to the appropriations chairman, the rules chairman, incoming leadership. Road and water. Every city needs road and water, but honestly, Fort Lauderdale, with the amount of waterways that we have here and with the infrastructure that we have here, it's a critical need for us. So Breakers Avenue is just the start. Any way we can tie our infrastructure upgrades into mitigation makes it way more palatable to the state legislators and to the appropriations chairs. And it was a successful session. On the preemption side, one thing that I will say to Commissioner Beasley Pittman is we got to really make sure that the League of Cities actually takes positions on things, right? A lot of times the League of Cities is like, whatever. And then, we're left holding the bag, right? I think, and we say it all the time as the contract lobbyists, right? We all represent tons of municipalities. We say, it's great that you're in the League of Cities. It's great that you talk to the League of Cities, but you really have to, on behalf of the city, say, is this a yes or a no vote, right? A maybe doesn't cut it in Tallahassee. Ronna, do you want to jump in and say anything?
Good afternoon. Ronna Brown with Lauderdale Book PA. I want to reiterate Jared's point about the League of Cities. I think that the League of Cities can be critical on your behalf, and I think that the most important people to them are the elected officials that they have in their membership, and that you all need to be vocal and in their line of sight as often as you can on issues that are important to the city. I think there were a lot of issues, a lot of preemptions that passed this year, a lot of preemptions that didn't pass this year. I don't expect that to end anytime soon. I think that is what the League of Cities is for. I think what we can do on your behalf is to assist you all and your staff throughout the summer, working up a slate of funding requests for the next session. And we're all happy to do that. I think a couple of things that we all work on without really talking about are the FERDAP dollars. You got $400,000 for two different parks in the city, Oswald Park and Carter Park, 2 and 2. And I think that's worth mentioning. I think that's not guaranteed funding every year. And so we're here for questions and whatever else you'd like to discuss. But we appreciate representing the city.
All right, great. Anyone else from your team want to say anything?
Well, I'll just round it out. Lauren Jackson with Eric's Consultants. We've represented the city since 2012, along with Ron Book's office. And what we worked on this year, we worked with Senator Osgood and Representative Campbell on getting the $1.4 million for the sidewalk improvements. And then also, even though we're saying this about the League of Cities, we actually are all in the trenches with the League of Cities, and we're side by side fighting on these issues that come up, whether it's vacation rentals, sovereign immunity, the homelessness bill, a myriad of issues, municipal utilities, and all the various things that we worked on this year. I know the report's quite long, probably when you get it at the end of the year, but we do work constantly and tirelessly on behalf of municipalities. So with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Anyone have any questions of these folks? I think we're good. All right. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. And you are also free
The checks
to go.
in the mail.
Actually, I'm so sorry. I just also want to mention as well, Daphne is amazing, and it's great when she comes up to Tallahassee. It's incredibly helpful for us, and I think for our delegation members as well. So I did want to also give a shout out to Daphne.
Thank you.
I didn't pay her to say that, I promise. And just to round out, I wanted to thank our contract lobbyists as well. Without them, I wouldn't be able to provide each of you with our timely updates, especially when it comes near the end of session, that last week where updates are going out every hour or every 15 minutes about what's happening, because they stay up with me day in and day out. So I really want to give them a round of applause and a really big thank you for being here and representing the city.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Most of the legislation was already discussed with our members, but I did want to recap on some of the legislation that did pass just to round out this update. There was in broadband and cybersecurity incident liability bill by Representative Gia Lombardo. where it exempts local governments from liability in connection with a cybersecurity event, as long as we have substantial compliance with the current required training and standards, which we do. So that was something that was a good thing that happened. Broadband expansion was approved by the governor, and it would provide a 4-year extension of promotional pole attachments. Rates required to be offered by municipal utilities to broadband providers to provide broadband service to underserved areas. And the rate applies to attachments made to expand broadband services to unserved or underserved areas in municipal electric utility services territories. In homelessness and housing opportunities, the legislature appropriated $174 million for SHIP, which is the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program. They appropriated $234 million for the State Apartment Incentive Loan Sale Program and $100 million for the Florida Hometown Hero Housing Program. Suits against the government, that bill failed to pass. Had it passed, it would have increased the sovereign immunity caps to $400,000 per person and $600,000 per incident. So that sovereign immunity bill is something that comes about each year. We do expect it to return next year, except not at these numbers. We expect them to come up at $1 million per incident or $1 million per person and $3 billion per incident. That's where they're going to start off, and we think it's going to drop off. During session, it went up to about $3 million per person and $6 million per incident. It was outrageous. And then there was also a proposal where there was no cap. So having it fail, no cap. So we do expect that this sovereign immunity bill will come back next year, and we'll be working with our team and with our representatives to make sure that if the caps do raise, it would be something that won't be as detrimental to the city as $1 million or $6 million.
Okay.
There is the taxation bill that we always look forward to, where we get our sales tax holidays. That bill passed. It addressed insurance premiums, which I know is something that a lot of individuals had asked for or have inquired about, where for 1 year, insurers will be required to provide discounts to residential policyholders for the insurance premium tax at 1.75%. And the fire marshal regulatory assessment, which is currently 1% on fire policies. And in addition, another 1.75% discount is required for a policy contract or endorsement providing personal or commercial flood insurance. Insurers can also recover 100% of the discounts by taking a credit against insurance premium taxes due, and this applies to policies with an effective date between October 1st, 2024 and September 2025. The savings is expected to lower insurance premiums by at least $500 million. There are other holidays and tax credits that are in that tax bill. I will not go into it because then we'll be here till 5 o'clock. But we have a 14-day back-to-school sales tax holiday from July 29th to August 11th for certain clothing, and that's a $97.2 million one-time savings. And then there are 2 14-day disaster preparedness holidays from June 1st to the 14th and August 24th to September 6th, and it's something that I know the city will promote. Turning the page. There was a bill that did cause us some heartache, even though it wasn't geared towards municipalities, which is the county commissioner term limits. It did fail. However, there was chatter that there would come back next year and include cities in having mandatory term limits for municipalities.
So what kind of term limits were they looking at for county?
So it would have prevented them from serving more than 8 consecutive years and restricting seeking different county commission seats until 2 years after their term.
And what about the cities?
The cities, they didn't address it in this session, but there was chatter that they wanted to include the cities, or had this bill passed, they would try to do a standalone bill next year. There was an anti-Semitism bill filed by Representative Gottlieb. It passed. It's awaiting the governor's signature, and it adopted the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism to assist in identifying and combating anti-Semitism and hate crimes. So that definition was adopted by the state. Public-private partnerships. I know this is something that the Commission has discussed before for unsolicited P3s. The legislation was approved by the governor on April 15th, so it's now law, where it provides an alternative process for local governments to enter public-private partnerships offered by an unsolicited proposal. Say that 4 times. And then Representative Lamarca did talk about his My Safe condominium pilot program, where it offered some grants related to those condo assessments. As we know, I will not beat vacation rentals to death. It did pass. However, it has not been presented to the governor as of yet, and we are hoping that he vetoes it.
Hold for 1 second on that one. So once it's presented, he has, just to, for the public, for the benefit of the public, how many days does he have to sign it once he's presented with that?
15 days.
Okay, and when do we anticipate he might be presented with that bill?
I don't think it's been presented to him yet.
It has not.
There's
I know
no
it
time
has
frame.
not, but we don't know when.
We just know it will be presented before July 1st.
Okay, and that's the one thing that we clearly would love to see a veto on. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
For the finance, there was the FRS issue that did come about. We did have several discussions with CFO Patronus's office, as well as some of our members' offices. There was a bill that was related to the Florida retirement system. It was House Bill 151, where it closed the FRS Preservation of Benefits Plan to new members and allowed retirees to receive both compensation from an employer that participates in the FRS and retirement benefits, provided the retiree is not reemployed within 6 months immediately following the date of retirement. We tried to add on an amendment that addressed the issue, Commissioner Glassman, that you had reiterated. However, it failed to go on in a timely manner. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk to some sponsors or potential members that will sponsor a standalone bill legislation that will address the FRS issue that you have identified.
Thank you for that. And I think that is important because that will save the city money, unless actually, I don't know about that other bill that you mentioned, were they actually going to reconsider so that folks that are denied benefits, like some of us on this commission, might actually be able to receive benefits like some others on the commission? Or was that the intent of that other legislation that you mentioned?
No, I think the intent was just to clean up some language in how retirees within 6 months could jump into another FRS system. However, the section that it identified was similar to the section that the issue at hand was when it comes to retiree benefits.
Okay. Well, I'd love to just talk about that more offline, perhaps. I don't want to take up everyone's time on that, but I do think it's just not a just situation where if our city is going to be charged for contributions to the Florida retirement system on behalf of every single person on the commission, then benefits should be extended to every single person. If not, then don't charge the city to have to pay those, actually quite a substantial amount of money on behalf of elected officials if the system's not going to pay out benefits. It's just absolutely absurd to me. I don't understand why people don't understand why it's just nonsense. Thanks.
Right. And everybody we spoke to was in agreement with that. They said it wasn't a fair and just way to do it. However, it seemed to be a heavy lift within certain agencies, so we'll make sure that the team that is assigned to it, we do have some conversations throughout the summer to make sure going into session we get that traction that we're looking for.
No, that would be great, so that we're not too late this time. So it would be nice if we can get a jump on that. Thank you. And thank you to our team for listening to that as well. It's something that I just find, I don't know, just a little bit crazy. Thank you.
We listen. And then jumping into appropriations, we did receive $4.985 million in project funding. We're just waiting for the governor to sign the budget, hopefully with no vetoes on our projects. So with the Carter Park improvements in FERDAB, we're eligible for the $200,000. We also have Breakers Avenue, which we got $3 million. For the stormwater pump generators, we got $175,000. For sidewalk repairs, we received our full funding ask of $1.5 million. And then for the Riverland road traffic safety improvements, we received $60,000. So that is my update. I have rounded it out. If there are any questions.
Thank
Be
you.
more
Any
than
further
happy to answer.
questions? There are none. Thank you so much, staff. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
you. And thank you to all our members of our legislative staff. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to business one, YMCA Holiday Park update.
Yes.
Greg, who will be presenting that?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to provide an introduction to some of the stakeholders that are here with us today. And let's just take it back a little bit. We have a variety of stakeholders that have a need to serve their purpose and their mission. One of those is ourselves, of course. Our mission is to build community and have green space available for neighbors and everyone to enjoy. We also have the YMCA also with expanding their programs and activities for the youth and everyone as well, all ages. And they also are in plans of developing at Holiday Park. And then we also have another stakeholder, which their mission is to provide access to health care, not only where they are presently today, but they would like to expand in other areas. So here, this afternoon, you're going to hear a proposal from a variety of stakeholders. And I ask that the commission have an open mind. I think you will enjoy what is being proposed, as it will improve access to health care for everyone in near Holiday Park and beyond. And also, it will improve our abilities to serve community with activities and green space. And so with that said, I'd like to ask if the YMCA representatives can come forward. Ms. Cheryl Woods, the CEO, is here with us today. If she could start talking about what is being proposed. And again, this is an opportunity for you all to provide feedback, direction, so that we can make sure staff can follow through with ensuring that this development takes place. Ms. Cheryl Woods.
Could you press the button below the mic, right below the mic? There you go.
Can't miss it, right? Press here. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission, City Manager, it is a pleasure to be here to share kind of a vision with you that we are here to improve the quality of life for residents in Fort Lauderdale. And I'm very, very excited to take you through a presentation, and we're going to flip through that rather quickly because I feel like I'm singing to the choir, and I'm going to assume that I'm singing to the choir. This will be an incredible partnership, as you all know. Wouldn't have come about if it weren't for the city of Fort Lauderdale to donate the land to the YMCA about 5-6 years ago. And so this has been long overdue to get this project out of the ground, but as you know, we were working on another project not too far away. I'm excited to bring a healthy component to the east side of Fort Lauderdale and to the residents of the community. We believe will serve over 25,000 residents in this particular location, 60,000 square foot building. It is a collaboration with Broward Health. The Y will be 46,000 square feet of that space, and Broward Health will be 12,000 square feet of that space with additional square footage on our wellness floor. And we will be expanding and providing aquatic programs, which we'll talk about. I also want to mention we will be providing over 100 jobs at this location, too. So there's a lot of advantages to this. I don't have to tell you about the growth and development on the west side of Federal Highway. The population growth, as you know, has been just extraordinary in Fort Lauderdale, and yet there are not really locations for families to gather as a group and engage in wholesome health and wellness programs. And because of that, that's what Holiday Park has been earmarked for. With this growth and development, I think we have many, many residents come into the community where there exists a lot of residents, especially Victoria Park, Rio Vista, the list goes on and on and on. And so this particular YMCA, located right there on Federal Highway next to Parker Playhouse, will serve the pocket of community that is kind of East Fort Lauderdale. We're excited about that. We will be coming, if you notice the parking shadowed area behind Parker Playhouse, we're going to be coming forward later with a recommendation that while we're doing the site work, we just go ahead and improve that piece of parking that's located behind Parker, just to kind of expand it and make it look nice for the rest of the park. So we'll come back to that. Very excited about all the activity going on in Holiday Park. Lots of questions about having an ice rink and the Panthers being there, and now we can look beyond all of those conversations and realize what an absolute asset that ice rink is going to provide for our community. And Parker Playhouse itself has been here for many, many years. When we have the Broward Performing Arts Center, not very far from that particular location, but yet look at all the additional programs and services that exist as a result of that collaboration with the city. State-of-the-art facility. Our architects have done an outstanding job creating this. We moved the project as far north on that property as we possibly could to really bring a lot of excitement about entering the park off Federal Highway and making sure that we could showcase Parker Playhouse. That was something very important to us as we did that. I think our architects did a great job designing that and also bringing activity to the building, because simply it's got a lot of glass, so you're going to see activity both inside looking out and outside looking in, especially with the pool deck right there on Federal Highway. And fear not, they have ways to prevent, we will have to build up that space and all of that, so it's not just equal to the road itself. So beautiful, beautiful. If you notice just north of the swimming pool, there's a staircase that comes down, because there will be a multi-purpose room that will open up onto a big patio there that will showcase there on Federal Highway, but also be able to come down the steps, and we could have events on the pool deck to celebrate and build community. This is what I was referring to when you see that there in the left pocket. Two-story building, ground floor are youth programs and activities, because the Y is all about youth. That's one of our pillars, is youth development. Second pillar is healthy living. Third pillar is social responsibility. And we have pocketed all of that in this particular location.
Can you go back just for a second? Mm-hmm. I'm very concerned about the proximity of the pool to the highway. And all it looks like is really just a thin wall. When we have to be concerned, you talk about health and safety. When we're talking about exhaust fumes, we're talking about the possibility of cars careening off of Federal Highway, and with individuals being so exposed to that risk. I hope in some future iteration that we might be able to see a little bit more protection along Federal Highway than what we're seeing here, because I don't think we're really capturing the need that I think the pool being right there on Federal Highway is going to address.
So noted.
Okay.
So noted. I know you have mentioned that once before, and we've already shared that comment with others. So, okay. But we absolutely. Looking at this swimming pool, I want to really take a few minutes and talk about why water safety, drown prevention is very important to our community. Unfortunately, we lead the nation in the number of kids who drown here in South Florida. Not the state of Florida, South Florida. Really? We lead the nation in those kids that are under the age of 4. Many of those children, especially 88% of those children, are within a few distance of adult supervision. And so it's really, really, really important. That has been a platform for the YMCA, is to make sure we teach kids to swim. We are also very passionate about children with special needs. As you all know, children with autism have a tendency to be drawn to the water, and we have a full court press going on right now in South Florida with the Y to get out. We got a sports buddies and aquatic buddies program for children with special needs, so that we can not only talk to the kids but also and work with the children, but also really spend time educating parents, because it doesn't take but just a few seconds to lose a child's life. Want to talk about, we're gonna have a lot of programs going on around aquatics. I also want to mention that in our pool over at LA Lee, we have 4-lane pool. This is a 6-lane pool. There is no way we can serve the number of children we need to serve in Fort Lauderdale with a 4-lane pool. So this just gives us more space in which to do more swim lessons and programs. We also provide free water safety and drown prevention programs year-round, and also do a lot of press conferences out on the pool deck. But let's not forget our seniors and our active older adults who need physical therapy and mobility, and the water is very conducive to those types of exercise programs. So we will be doing quite a bit of programs with our active older adults. That doesn't apply to any of us here today, but someday. Yeah, there you go. We'll be doing a lot of water therapy programs and activities simply because we're going to have the expertise of Broward Health as our partner. And I'm very excited about that opportunity because I think you have to dream big about how do we take the expertise of clinical work and bring it into a community setting where there is a captive audience in which we can truly improve the quality of life for our residents. Swim team. So when you think about the little kids out there swimming, we have a association-wide swim team, so they compete all around the state of Florida, but also in South Florida. Master swim program, open swim for families, especially on weekends. So when those residents want to pull up in their golf carts and kids go to the swimming pool while we're supervising and working with them, while parents have an opportunity to have some time to work out in their own areas. That's what we're building. We have a lot of boutique fitness centers here in Fort Lauderdale, but nothing where it's the one-stop shop for families, and that's what the Y does. And then we'll do a lot of events and special events out on the pool deck with our VIPs, our HOAs, our corporate partners. Just some additional statistics that are just very important around water safety, drown prevention. I won't read all of these, but I do want to also highlight that in Florida we lose about 3 children a day to drowning. If I'm not mistaken, we were in the news with another child that I don't know what the status of their health is right this second, but I think that happened yesterday. But for every child who drowns, we have 7 children that may survive that, but their quality of life is gone. And I think we have to not forget about that statistic as we look at the safety of our children. We also know that, formal swim lessons are what's going to do that. I mentioned to many of you before that we run a program called So You Think Your Child Can Swim, and at any of our swimming pools across South Florida, you can come, you can have your child test out. We've got 10 different skill tests to put them through, because it's not just swimming pools, but we're really blessed with canals and reservoirs and many other bodies of water that we have to teach children how to survive in those particular settings. We talked about free swim lessons. We will, during the week of spring break, we open the pools up and we make sure we go door to door and invite all of our children and families to come out to the pools to get that education and opportunity to enroll in our free swim program. We do a lot of media around this. We have a lot of wonderful media partners that I think are beneficial to many of our municipal partners that we work with. And so I'm excited about that. And then we push out a lot of not only social media, but just a lot of water watcher tags and a lot of education programs, some of which are really tied to the good work of Children's Services Council. So let's talk about improving the quality of health for a few minutes. I want to talk about really, as I mentioned, leveraging the expertise of a hospital and a medical center to be able to bring in programs that are in prevention mode versus rehabilitative mode. If we can really spend some time educating our community, I mean, we all know how we need to improve the quality of our life, but yet we're not too good at that because we're not as disciplined. And so we become that discipline for our residents. When we talk about that, we're talking about thinking about the marketing and the communication that can be pushed out to our residents, the health screening, the health programs, the seminars that can be done, the outreach programs that we intend to be doing in the community. And I know Broward Health does quite a few of those right now that Shane will speak about. Community populations. So when we think about community health, community populations, and we think about population programming as a whole, you're thinking about diabetes prevention, thinking about cardiovascular disease, mental health that goes into that. You've got many other different types of nutrition. I mean, that's another hot button for many of us that we'd be able to tap into that expertise. We talked about the physical presence in the building, which I will share with you in a few minutes. And then selfishly, the Y will benefit from the expertise of the hospital being able to work with my wellness staff to be able to give them insight to more preventative measures and safety measures as we work with our residents and all populations. Because again, what makes this very special for the YMCA is, remember, we take care of all age groups from cradle to the time that you're 100 and 102. We celebrate a lot of birthdays around our association that are 100 years old. This is ground floor. You can see federal highways to the north, to the west. You can see Broward Health will have a footprint of 12,000 square feet on the north end of that building. All the other space on the ground floor will be locker rooms, youth programs, teens, after-school programs, summer camp programs for our residents. We had the opportunity to speak to Victoria Park HOA the other night and have lots and lots of feedback from them about, can you do this, can you do this, can you do this? And the best feedback we got, really, Commissioner Glassman, was, how fast can you do it? How do we help speed this up? Because we really want this today, not tomorrow. And so I'm very excited about that. But you'll see Broward Health will be on the north end of that building where there is access off 9th Street and makes it very, very easy. Second floor is your traditional YMCA and health and wellness. So you've got about 10,000, 12,000 square feet of health and wellness space, cardio equipment, free weight equipment, all of the amenities that you can imagine around health and wellness. But Broward Health will have 2,000 square feet carved out on that wellness floor so that there is intentional programming going on. It's not transactional because they've got 12,000 square feet of a separate building, but in fact, we'll be able to do a lot of that program coming out of that 2,000 square feet off the floor. So this now gives our members and our community and anyone at large to be able to come in and have dialogue with someone from Broward Health in the clinical side to help serve their needs. Basketball court, spin studio, yoga studio because of mind body. I mean, we have, it's a beautiful facility with the basketball court and all that. If you didn't know, the Y invented the sport of basketball.
Sheriff, just wanted to remind the commission that we already are partners with Broward Health at the Beach Community Center, where they provide us an instructor and activities for that community center for seniors. So that's something already happening. It's something that would continue here.
That's right. So you take all the expertise in the 200-year brand of the YMCA and you put it together with a great hospital and medical team from Broward Health and the diversity of programs and services that we can provide even beyond our four walls at Holiday Park. So excited about it. I'm going to ask Shane and David to come up and share a little bit about their vision regarding their particular space at this time.
Yeah, we have also the CEO of Broward Health, Mr. Shane Strum, and Mr. David Clark.
Thank you, Cheryl.
All right, thank you, Cheryl. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, all the staff. This is exciting. I want to thank Cheryl for personally bringing us to the table in an adventure like this. This is something that's absolutely magical. Not only is the location phenomenal, but being next to the Parker Playhouse and the Panther Arena and being surrounded not only by a beautiful park, but a growing, beautiful residential community who is asking for these services. What they really want, and I shouldn't say this, but they really want the YMCA. But when we talk about what we bring together, they love that we have both. I mean, the community wants health and wellness, and what better marriage in an organization that's been providing this for all of the communities in this country for close to 200 years. Broward Health's been doing this here in this community for over 86 years. We have 11,000 employees, and we believe we do it extremely well. We work with your fire and rescue all the time. We heard some of the other topics. What's nice about this, a program like this will also receive additional grants and fundings, not just from the county, but from the state and from our federal government and partners. We bring in a lot of dollars as a healthcare system. But what we're really here to share with you today is what this magic will do for the community. So what people have asked for is more health, more wellness, and you know, everyone ends up sometime with a child that's sick or a loved one or an adult that's sick, and they end up at the emergency room. And the biggest complaint that they tell us is that it's a long wait. And that happens everywhere, at all the emergency departments. Dr. Sturman knows as well. Broward Health, out of 5,000 hospitals, was just ranked by Becker's, is the 37th busiest emergency department in the United States. We had over 940,000 patient encounters or visits last year. Hard to imagine with a community of 2 million, but if you come here for vacation, which Fort Lauderdale is the epicenter of the universe for people here in Florida coming to visit, there is no better place to come, and they need health care. But for the residents, that sometimes is taken away from them because our EDs are full. All the hospital EDs are full. This is something that will benefit the residents directly in this community, in this pocket. So not only will they get health and wellness, like Cheryl talks about, but there'll actually be emergency room services. So a lot of times if you have a child, a son, a daughter, anyone, a family, loved one, you have a little cough or cold, you could easily go to a Minute Clinic. There are a lot of those on the corners. But if you fall down or hurt yourself, you're at that new beautiful ice rink and you break an arm or a leg, grandma or grandpa's on the Gulf and falls and breaks an arm or hurts their hip, where are you going to go? Instead of going to the ED, we could take you here. You could walk up, drive up, and we will take care of you. So limited volume means quicker speed through times, which means patients will be seen faster. And then we have all the abilities there beyond a wellness center or anything like this. We would have labs, so all your labs can be done there, all your imaging, whether it's a CT, an X-ray, any type of scan, and then any of those emergency services that would be needed. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, but the partnership would also have aquatic therapy, cardiovascular rehab, so a lot of the services that, I love the term that you use, our older adults would like to use. I'd like to be swimming in that pool now. It's 100 degrees outside. But the truth is you'll have everything there, and it'll all be contained under one roof in one park in a beautiful city. So I know we have a couple of slides we could present if Mr. Clark, and Mr. Clark, a lot of you know and have met. He's done a lot of great things here in our city. He is our senior VP for operations and makes a lot of this magic happen behind the scenes. Building and doing these things aren't easy. And when we do build them, you have a very tough standard and code here in Fort Lauderdale. You guys make it happen. The state, through the Agency for Healthcare Administration, and feds are even more rigorous because as a healthcare provider, they make you take a few more additional steps. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Clark to share a few more issues.
Sure. I just want you to know, last time I took a CrossFit class, I wish I had a doctor next to me.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, I think Shane and Cheryl has articulated the vision for this property fairly well. I don't want to regurgitate the architect's vision, but this is going to be a well-developed site on 3.2 acres, pushed back to that northwest corner of the property. It's going to visually look like one big facility, but it's going to be two separate building types. Broward Health will occupy the most northwest corner, about 12,000 square feet of an isolated building. And the YMCA will have that two-story, gorgeous, transparent facility with the aquatic services. Part of our facility, being on that northwest corner, will provide immediate access off of Federal and 9th Court. When you talk about the 12,000 square feet and look at the demographics and the 5-year projected volumes, we do think this is going to be about 10 to 12 exam treatment areas, both on the adult side and the pediatric side. Other offerings that we think our freestanding emergency department will provide, and Shane alluded to it, there will be board-certified emergency medicine physicians 24/7, again, both on the pediatric and adult side. Full imaging capabilities from CT scanners, X-rays, and other triage modalities that will take place in this facility. This facility will have the infrastructure and the capacity to see the same type of volume that a attached emergency department will be, although it's a freestanding emergency department. And there are some other, QA facts that we would like to share with you. I won't read them all, but there are some speed throughput times, as Shane alluded to not just to decompress the hospital's emergency departments, but also to enhance the patient experience and getting in through with quicker times. Capabilities speak for themselves. The doctors that we will have managing this site will be no different than our hospital physicians.
I'll add one thing. One question we get a lot is it going to be large? No, it's one stories, and then they go, will there be helicopters? There won't be helicopters on top of it. So I just wanted to answer that early.
I think some of the advantage with the density, too, of population is that, I think the hospital believes that 90% of their traffic is coming through foot traffic, and there's not emergency vehicles coming and going. If anything, we might need an emergency vehicle to transport someone to a hospital, but most importantly, in those more severe cases, at least there's a location that can stabilize the patient and then get them that treatment to the hospital for greater care. I think that's really, really important, especially in the dynamic park that we have at Holiday. I mean, this will become the destination. It is the destination for all residents in Fort Lauderdale. Architect, you can tell, has been selected. Today is the day for the RFQ for all contractors coming in, so we've received many of those bids. We're coming to you today to get the city to approve the sublease, because that's part of our land lease agreement with you, is that we can sublease this space to a partner.
So we're not really approving a sublease. We're approving the idea of a sublease, because there's no sublease attached to the item, right? Right, Tom? So it's like an MOU, right? Right? I just want everyone to understand that, because you probably wondered, was there a sublease attached to the agenda, and there is no sublease per se. But it's the idea, giving staff the authority to go forward and prepare a sublease with Broward Health.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. The goal is to get through the city building department and DRC as fast as we can, because, again, we've got a lot of excitement about this project, long overdue. We'd love to be able to go out on that property sometime this fall and put a big sign up that says future home of, and then be open for the public as fast as we can. And we would be shooting for Q1 of 2027, taking all that logistics into consideration. You know, we might be coming back. I don't know if I'm supposed to be presenting this, but asking.
I could talk about this.
Perfect.
So, Perfect. And I'm going to ask Ms. Angela Hughes if she can come up and talk a little bit about this. And basically, there is a gap for funding to achieve some of the things that have been proposed before you. You saw a pool that's being proposed for children with special needs or individuals with special needs, and it's going to be a pool that is going to be a destination, and it's going to have access for many to learn how to swim and other water safety lessons as well. And so I've spoken to some of you on this matter, right? And the gap right now is $3 million. Some of you have committed that you all can provide a certain amount of funding for it in the amount of $2 million. And basically, you know, I'd like to now have an opportunity to discuss this further, because I do understand that as Broward Health fulfills their mission of expanding healthcare access, we also have a need in District 1 for expanding our green space access for the community, and that is Dottie Mancini. So, you know, if Angela, if you could take us through this slide, and then also I'd like to ask if any of the board would like to speak about that and how this can work. We can certainly work with the attorney's office to craft something to memorialize that for this evening's motion.
Hi, good evening. Angela Salmon, City Manager's Office. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thanks for having me up here to speak on this. This is purely from an administrative side of what it would look like if we brought something back to you in the future. We have 3 items, 2 slides right here. As the City Manager already shared, the use of $2 million to cover a gap for the YMCA. They brought to us a consideration, and these are all future considerations. So we've already spoken about the $2 million park bond. Next is, you know, I want to skip down to the park bond fund process and what that looks like. So if you take those $2 million, the administrative side, and what you would do, you would present it to the parks bond or to the beach advisory board for their consideration. And then after that, you would work with the YMCA to work on a funding agreement and the conditions of that. And then you would bring back 2 items in the future for your consideration, because you would have all the information to make an informed decision. I want to go ahead and skip to the next slide and then come back. Another item for future consideration that Ms. Woods already touched on is a shared parking agreement. That lot that is outlined in blue is about 19,000 square feet. Right now it's 20 parking spots, and the YMCA has offered to expand that parking space into 40 parking spots. That is a benefit to the city. Our facilities team does use that parking lot to maintain Holiday Park. There are about 20 folks from our team that use it, and then we would work on what that shared parking agreement would look like and then bring that back again for your consideration. The last item on here is Dottie Mancini, and this is a placeholder for your discussion as well tonight.
Okay, anyone have any questions?
Yes. Mayor, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
And let me just say how excited I am to finally get to this point. So Shane made a very interesting point. We have a neighborhood that wants us. So take you all back a year ago, Shane and I walked around up at the Galt and we're looking at locations that we thought might work for a freestanding emergency room. We thought it was a great idea. The commissioner, remember, we discussed it here. Everybody was supportive of it at the time. But when I say everybody, that did not include the neighborhood, unfortunately. So we realized that the support was not there in the neighborhood, and so Shane and I sat down. I sat down with the city manager, and we did some brainstorming. And what Broward Health wanted was someplace east of Federal that they could reach a growing population. And Greg was able to come up with the idea of bringing it down here and partnering with the YMCA. I thought that was a phenomenal idea, and they've been working towards that goal ever since. And part and parcel of this has been our desire to renegotiate our lease with Broward Health for Dottie Mancini Park. So Imperial Point, as you all know, our lease up there had terminated back in November, and we've been trying to work on this in a holistic and comprehensive way. The best things happen when you have partnership and collaboration. And so we're working with Broward Health. Broward Health is working with the Y is working with us. And we can bring this all together, I think, in a way that benefits all the city, all of these communities. And so when the Y came forward and said, we need some money to help make this work, I said, you know what? I'll reach into my Parks Bond dollars, and I'll bring some of that forward as a way to guarantee that we can get Dottie Mancini back. I'll contribute my money and help make this happen. And I think we're at a point now where we can do that. And so I'm very excited about this. I'm very supportive of this project. I think it's the right project in the right location, and I think it's a huge win for everybody. I know, talking with my representatives of my neighborhoods up there in Imperial Point last night, they were so excited about this, Shane. So I got to tell you, they're over the moon now. They've been, we've been telling everybody, be patient, be patient. We're working on this. We haven't disclosed any of the details on this because obviously, there are a lot of moving parts to it, and I wanted to respect the confidentiality of Broward Health and of the WISE boards to, have an opportunity to see this before it went out to the larger community. So I was thrilled to be able to discuss this with them last night. Again, they're over the top. So again, I'm happy to do this, happy to make this work. We have some issues that we have to work through with bond counsel about the use of funds. What I just suggested to the city manager we may explore is perhaps the city builds the parking facility. That might be easier than us contributing towards the cost of the pool and then some of the ramifications around that. I think we can find a way to work this out in a way that we can bring, our money to the table in a way that benefits that community down there by Victoria Park and Flagler Village and helps alleviate some of the cost burdens that you would otherwise be experiencing. So I think we can get there. So again, thank you all. And Shane, obviously, I'll be looking to you for that lease on Dottie Mancini Park. And one of the things I'd like to ask you, I'm going to put you on the spot now while I got you, as I'm offering up millions of dollars, so in the spirit of again, partnership and collaboration, I'd like you to hopefully work with us to find a way to get it back open during the interim. I understand, I know from your perspective that you don't want to commit to a full lease on the park until we've gone through DRC, and you know that your lease and everything is solid here. I certainly respect that. But if you'd give some consideration to opening up on an interim basis while we work in good faith to make this happen, because the city is not going to back out of this agreement. We will do everything we can to bring this to fruition. I know my colleagues have listened to my neighborhood. They've all been, I know the mayor has been out there, and we've all talked about how important this is to Betty Shelley and all those folks up there. And so whatever you can do to work with us while we go through this, unfortunately, somewhat lengthy process of Parks, Rec, and Beach Advisory Board and Bond Council and everything else, it would be a great show of good faith if you could work with us on something in the interim. So hopefully we can get there. So thank you.
Okay, Dean, could I...
1 second. Tom, so putting this on this one slide are we to assume that there'll be linkage between the allocation of the money for the pool at the YMCA and the Dottie Mancini Park long-term lease?
That is the intent.
That's the intent. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure about that. Okay, Commissioner Sturman.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you very much. By the way, Shelley, thank you for everything you do. Shane, thank you again. I know you guys look to me when it comes to medical issues. We each have our strengths and weaknesses, so you lean on me with health care. And I'm going to start by saying something, Shelley, you got me on the drowning prevention. That statistic, I mean, you said it, but let it sink in for a second. In the state of Florida, 3 children die per day, 1,000 a year, with another 7 times as many that don't die, but that are impacted by drowning. I mean, as tragic as a death is, when it's a child, it's catastrophic. And anything that has to do with drowning prevention, you got me right off the bat with that. So thank you for that part of it. Shane, can I call you Shane? Your Honor. Okay, a couple of things that I just want to.
That's not what you called him to me, but it's okay.
Well, 2 things. We spoke about your hair earlier today, but we won't go down that way. That's an inside joke that happened earlier in the evening, but we'll let that slide. And I hope that, by the way, I hope the glass is one way.
Hair is highly overrated. Okay, let's just leave it right there.
Oh, and I hope that if the windows are one way, it's one way out, not one way in. They were talking about earlier today. They had installed windows in the original City Hall that in the bathrooms, I think everybody could see in and they couldn't see out. Well, you'll see it in tomorrow's news, by the way. Now, Shane, we had spoken several times about the vision and trying to provide health care to downtown, and several times we spoke about the difference between an urgent care and a freestanding emergency room. And I think it's a very exciting opportunity, and I could either ask you or we could go through together some of the advantage of this. There are several urgent cares downtown, but not in that area per se. With the dramatic growth there, you're going to be having a facility that has no geographic boundaries such as railroad tracks or bodies of water to serve the growth downtown, and I think that's critical. That's a huge thing. Unlike urgent care, you have, number one, board-certified physicians, emergency room physicians. You have coverage for all types of medical care, and it's 24/7. I look at it like a super urgent care because you're not going to have ambulances bringing people there. You're not going to have the noise and disruption there. And that was a concern in the community, and it's not really going to be a concern because ambulances, 911 will be taken to Broward General. This is for people that are serving the community. Is that correct?
That's correct. You couldn't
Okay.
say that any better. So we also own urgent cares, Broward Health. Urgent cares are great if mom or dad needs to bring a kid in for a prescription. But the way you explain it, Commissioner, is phenomenal. It really is a urgent care on steroids. So an urgent care clinic would have maybe a nurse practitioner where we have a qualified emergency room physician, board and trained. You would also have it for pediatrics and adults. So a big difference, right? Labs, imaging, 24/7. So I think you explained it well.
And you touched upon another thing. As a physician, and everybody knows I'm a practicing physician, I need x-rays, diagnostics, and things like that, as opposed to going to Broward Health in the long wait, walk in right there and serve them right off the bat. You also mentioned, again, just for the community that had questions that had come up earlier, just to ease their concerns, the entrance is not going to be going through the park. It's a separate entrance basically north of there that you had gone through.
That's correct.
If you want to go, just mention that, how that works.
Yeah. It's independent in one way. That is correct.
Right, and so it doesn't affect the park, so aesthetics and workflow.
Yeah, correct. It's on that far side, and it doesn't have anything to do with the entryway going past anything.
Okay. The other thing is, and I think the combination of the two is an awesome fit because, Shane, as you know, it's much easier to prevent disease rather than to treat it once you happen. Strokes, heart attacks, preventing them is much easier. So the combination of the YMCA working with Broward Health, I think, is a match made in heaven. And the last thing I do want to say is not only with Broward Health, but also with Tallahassee. Shane, I want to thank you for advocating for our county in Tallahassee and everything you do for our community. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Anyone else have any questions or comments?
I have comments.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I truly admire the concept of what's being brought to the city overall, and just wanted to share some feedback that I've received from my district. Still a conversation because we know that this process has been, this conversation has been going on for a moment, and we still have a conversation of the necessity for two Ys so close in proximity. I will share with you that when I've received those comments, I have been sharing with them the strong component of adding Broward Health and what it will provide also to the city and those of us that live in proximity as well. Just want to make it known that that component is making a difference with the acceptance of other parts of our community concerned about the necessity for two Ys in a close proximity. So this is a good opportunity, and it's a great idea and a service that will be used by all. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else have any questions? Yes, Steve.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, to all three of you, thank you. Thank you for today. Thank you for everything you've been working on all these years. Obviously, that lease first started with the city 2 years before I was elected to the commission, but ever since I did step on the dais in 2018, I have been getting periodic updates and wondering what's been going on with this site. That's how important this has been, not to just my district, but to the entire city and especially to the neighborhoods surrounding the area. Let me just first address what Commissioner Beasley-Pittman just mentioned. I have not heard those comments, but what I would say to anyone is that these two Ys are a great complement to each other. I don't see anything in terms of, it's two Ys so close to each other, but I do see them working so well together and really a benefit for the entire city. So I'm looking forward to that working relationship with both those Ys. I did want to address some of the things that Commissioner Herbst said, because obviously I'm not able to talk to him or my colleagues about issues like this, except at these meetings, but I did hear him say that he was hoping to see Dottie Mancini Park opened earlier than perhaps later, because he was offering up millions of dollars. I'd like to know what that number is so that I know what I'm expected to contribute from District 2, from my parks bond as well, because District 2 is certainly willing to help District 1 get Dottie Mancini Park open. So I'd like to just know what that dollar amount was so that I can plan for that as well, because I do obviously have other needs in my district in terms of the land acquisition funds for the bonds, but we're certainly willing to help and make this happen for everybody, because that's how important it is. So let me ask that first question. How much are you going to be contributing?
So I am going to be contributing $1 million towards the park in your district to help the YMCA be able to build the pool.
Excellent. No, you said millions, so that's what I was just wondering.
No, it's a $3 million ask, and I said I'd be happy to contribute $1 million towards the construction of the pool.
Okay, so $1 million.
Yes, and I suspect that District 2 would probably contribute $1 million, and then I don't know where that third million is coming from, Cheryl.
Will someone please pass the tray?
I said pass the plate, folks.
I said two.
No, well, we'll
lock the door.
No, that's
please.
okay. I just wanted to get clarity on that. We'll definitely figure that out. I know that District 3 and District 4 are tapped out. They've used up all of their land acquisition funds from the bonds.
Well,
so
if I had money, I would give it to
you. You would. You're amazing that way. Yes, you're amazing that way.
Yes,
no, good. That just gives me a sense of where we are on that. Of course, I'd be happy to match that $1 million from District 2 to make sure that this happens, because, again, I will tell you that during the last 6 years of this conversation for updates, I get asked the question all the time from those surrounding neighborhoods. What's happening with the Y? What's happening with the Y? And obviously, being in District 2, I have met with this team. I have encouraged them to reach out. And I'm happy to report that I'm very thrilled with the feedback that I'm getting from all of the surrounding neighborhoods in District 2, especially with the closest one being Victoria Park. People are really so excited about this project, and they really want to see this move forward. They all have lots of ideas. They know what they want to see happen. I do know that the team was just recently at the Victoria Park Civic Association meeting, but all of the feedback that I've been getting is so positive. So I wanted to thank you for all of that outreach. That has been very, very crucial and very, very important for all of the residents, not just obviously in District 2, but how this is going to impact the city. Holiday Park obviously is District 2's signature park, but it really is the central park, I would say, for the entire city. So I'm looking forward to this. It is exciting what's happening in Holiday Park. There is so much going on there. What I would like to maybe just put this in folks' minds, I've had these conversations with the developer team across the street at Searstown. I would like to see some connectivity across Federal Highway, something to make it easy. City manager, I really want to see us move forward with something that makes sense for the Searstown project. I want to see it easy access for pedestrians, whether we're talking about a pedestrian bridge or we're talking about a very safe crosswalk. I want to make sure that we're doing something to connect both sides of Federal Highway there. Because
would we consider a tunnel, Mr.
Well, I'm really very concerned with the fact that we are going to have such density there. The project over where Searstown used to be is going to be quite dense. It's going to be quite an entranceway, gateway to the city as folks come around Sunrise and head south on Broward Boulevard. We have to make sure that we're planning. So I don't know if you've had conversations yet with that development team, but I'm hoping we can get those conversations going. I know a lot of that also has to do with the Lauderdale Trail project that we're working on 9th Street, which is obviously the common sense street where we would see that kind of pedestrian access for connecting both sides of Federal. But these are all things that I'm sure that we can do, that we can all work together. Again, I'm very excited. I want to thank the team for all of your work over these years. Sometimes you just have to wait a little bit longer than necessary, or hopefully that you will get to the point. And I think that time has been good, because I think time has really benefited us with this project, because time has given us the Broward Health component. Time has given us the swimming pool, which we didn't always think we were going to have. And time has given us $1 million from District 1. So I'm really thrilled that we can get this done, and we can help get Dottie
Miracles happen.
Miracles. And I'm happy that we can get Dottie Mancini Park up and running for that district as well. So this is really a win-win-win. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right. We have one person, other than the team members, David Clark, Shane Strum, Ken Krasnow, Cheryl Woods, and Marty Russell, all of whom have either spoken or just here to answer questions. Troy Liggett has asked to speak. Troy, do you want to come up? It's already on.
It's already on? Okay. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, I just want to bring up 2 points. I'm not speaking on behalf of my neighborhood or the board that I'm the chair of. I'm speaking as a personal citizen. And I want to raise 2 concerns with this. One, we've talked about using park acquisition funds. This seems to be the perfect place where you should use those park development fees. It's right where all that development's happening. And as a District 2 resident, I would much rather the city donate from there than expanding parks, which just really isn't expanding a park in District 2.
So maybe we should get $2 million from District 2.
No.
No, but what Troy brings up an interesting point. You're talking about actually using park impact fees.
Exactly.
Well, like we've done recently in Carter Park, and we've done in other places.
Right.
I don't know what the actual balance is right now, but that's an interesting point. How much money is in that we can maybe even add to the pot and maybe close the entire gap?
I'm asking Laura to come up if she can relay that information.
Laura has all the answers.
Mayor and Commissioners, I don't have the balance with me, but it was around $2 million, or a little.
I'm sorry, how much?
A little north of $2 million in pot, but I'm not sure if it's not depending on if it's a city park expenditure, if you can use impact fees. We'd have to work with our partners in the city attorney's office.
When you say city park, what do you mean exactly?
Well, so if it's part of the YMCA, I don't know if it's open to the public. So there may be some issues to navigate around allowable uses is what I'm trying to indicate. I don't know the answer to that, but yeah, the balance would be sufficient, but we'd need to make sure we dotted our I's.
Can we just check that out from a legal perspective
Absolutely.
and also from a finance perspective? Because I think Troy brings up a good point. And we have done it before, obviously, though, in parks where we're not necessarily talking about a facility like this, but yet if we can work it out where that pool might be open, we can figure it out.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. That'd be very helpful.
And your second point?
And my second point is simply, this is a city park. It's green land, and I think the Y project is wonderful. It's providing city services to everywhere. But let's be honest about what the Broward Health part of this is. Broward Health is a major corporation that theoretically should be serving the underserved community. It should be dedicating its time and resources to community health centers, to neighborhoods that don't have access to health care. I attended the Broward Health budget meetings 2 years ago where they raised their rate by 34%. And I attended the meetings. They used part of that 34% rate increase to fund an emergency room just like this in Coral Springs. Now, they didn't raise property taxes to fund an emergency room in Coral Springs because that area is underserved. They did it, and they explained in their own meetings, is because they are, this is my word, not theirs, poaching patients from other hospitals who would go to Holy Cross, who would go to other places, and they're trying to move their footprints throughout the county so that when the ambulance pulls up to their facility, they're putting the bracelet from Broward Health on the patients, and they're capturing that revenue. They're coming into Victoria Park, a wealthy influence place, to basically poach patients from other places. That's how they explained in their own meetings what they were doing in Coral Springs, and it seems to be identical to here. Now, they can do that. They can get away from that. I personally am opposed to giving them the land without some revenue that the city would get in exchange. If they're going to be capturing residents from Victoria Park and in Fort Lauderdale, putting the bracelets on them, getting them in their systems where they can make revenue, the city should be getting something.
Well, that's part of the lease
back.
agreement. The lease agreement, there's going to be a lease agreement with Broward Health for use of the space here in the building.
Okay.
It's not being given for free.
It's not being given for free.
No.
I didn't understand.
No.
But I also think it's really important. So Broward Health is not a for-profit corporation. It is a governmental entity. It is a taxing district. It is the hospital of last resort. So every indigent person in Broward County will be taken and treated at Broward Health. So when you're saying that you want them to provide services to the poor, they are the hospital of last resort. They are not a for-profit corporation. And so when they are developing other products and services that they're able to offer, and yes, they compete. They compete for patients. But the more patients that they're able to bring into the system, the lower the taxes we all in Broward County wind up paying, because the cost of indigent care runs hundreds of millions of dollars a year. And so we're either going to fund that through our taxes, our property taxes, because if you look on your tax bill, there's a line item there that says North Broward Hospital District. So we either fund it through taxes or we fund it through what I think is probably a better method, which is capitalism at its best. Compete against the other hospital districts, the other hospital systems, and try and capture some of that revenue. So I fully support that. I want them to be as successful as possible, and if that's to the detriment of HCA, Hospital Corp of America, then so be it. Because their money is going to their shareholders. I'd rather have the profits that they're able to generate from these other facilities reduce my tax bill, your tax bill, and the rest of my community's tax bill.
But this is not how it works in other communities. In general, in the United States.
It's how it works down in Miami-Dade with the county-run hospital up there. It's how it works up in Jacksonville, where there's a county facility up there. Every place you've got a county-run medical facility, they are competing with the private sector. So HCA was a Fortune 80 company. It keeps going back and forth between privately held and owned by private equity, and then it goes public again. And trust me, they bought up my ex-wife used to be the regional controller for them. I know the business model exceptionally well. And they bought up every municipal and not-for-profit hospital across the country that they could get their hands on and raise rates. They took up the providers of last resort and they converted them into for-profit hospitals and raised rates. So I would much rather have Broward Health competing against the private sector and being successful and keeping our taxes down. It is better for everybody. And again, they treat every indigent person that walks in the door. When my firefighters are picking up a homeless person in the street, you want to know where they take them? Broward Health.
Okay.
It's very important.
Just one
Last
really
point.
quick to say.
Yes.
I was very involved with the system in Indianapolis, and that's not how it works. At other places, they work together. They don't compete. They work together. They identify where their needs are, so therefore they're not building duplicative services. That's
Hold on,
what's
I got to
happening
address
here.
that one more time, because HCA has a policy of stabilizing them and then transporting them to the public hospital. I can tell you this is their corporate policy, because every hospital has to stabilize somebody who is in crisis when they bring them in the door. As soon as that person is stabilized, they transport them over to the county facility and they dump them on them. That's how HCA reduces its indigent care costs. They transfer it off to the public facility. They cannot refuse.
Okay. So there's a different model here.
But Mayor, I just wanted to add one thing to the conversation. Troy, when you think about this location, I actually think this location and this facility will be helpful for your neighborhood, Middle River Terrace. I think I see this as an amazing opportunity for improved health care services for that entire area, not just Victoria Park, but I see it for Lake Ridge.
There's a large perimeter. There's a large perimeter that
right,
will encompass.
and then heading both east and west from Holiday Park, where people now they would either go all the way downtown, other side of the river for Broward Health, or they would have to go up Commercial for Holy Cross. But I just think that this location is a prime location for so many of our neighborhoods, not just in our district, in that immediate area, but again, heading west, heading north, and also heading south.
But again, it's not for free.
Just got it.
See, he needed to know that.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted
Yes,
to know.
it's not for free.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, I guess that's it. So we'll take this again. We'll take this further, and appreciate your being here and your patience
Tonight.
for waiting. Yes, tonight, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to business 2. I believe that item has been asked to be removed from the agenda. Is that right, Greg?
Business 2 is being removed for a further date.
So
Thank
move
you.
on to business 3. Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights CRA financial impact of sunsetting. Who's going to speak to that?
Miss Laura Reese.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to give information, Vice Mayor Glassman, about the park bond balance. Okay.
Where's he
So
going?
it's 5.4 million. I got an updated balance from my team. So
Oh, it's 4 million?
Yeah. The park impact fee balance is
So 4 million, but we need to know.
five
he's not-
point
Oh, 5.4 balance. Oh, so that's a lot better than 2.
A lot of impact fees came in the last year. So as of now, the estimate is around $5.4 million.
You know what I would also love, Laura, at some point in time, where you said a lot came in from last year. I would love to know where all of the park impact fees are coming from.
Yep.
I'd like to know the developments that are providing the park impact fees, and I'd like to know exactly the source of all of the revenue. Not now.
Yeah,
not
we
right
have
now.
that information
Yes.
from DSC. I don't know how usable it is, but we'll give it to you in the.
I think it could be usable.
Okay.
I'd like to just know where all that money is coming
Absolutely.
from. Thank you.
Yes. All right. So on to.
Well, we
business.
also need to hear from legal staff as to how it can be spent, and that's the other issue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Please
Great.
proceed.
All right. So good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioner. Laura Reese, Director of Office of Management and Budget. At our joint meeting, or at your joint meeting with the Budget Advisory Board at your last meeting, you asked us to come back and tell you a little bit about the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights CRA and some information that you could use about making a decision regarding its sunsetting. The reason you asked that, as I understand, is because the Budget Advisory Board requested presentations on the topic. The reason they requested the presentation is because fiscal year 25, which is the budget we're developing right now, would be the last year of the existence of the Northwest Progresso CRA. So if if y'all are going to make a decision to sunset the CRA, we need to start transitioning staff and making those sort of arrangements within the next year. So it's a timely conversation as we're developing the 25 budget and planning for 26 and future years in our long-term forecasts. So
how do we figure how do we get to that point?
So I'll share with you the information. I think you need to have those discussions, and hopefully you guys can have those discussions today. That's sort of what we did, is prepare the information to share what's happened in the CRA, where we are right now, what the financial impact is, some of the considerations, and then
I personally, it's just one vote on this commission. I personally would love to see the continuation of it, because we're just now gaining momentum in what took years to be able to build up sufficient funds in order to make a real impact. Having funds for the YMCA, having funds for some of these residential projects, and as the Northwest continues to draw more and more investment attention, now would not be the time to just stop everything. I would imagine the district commission would agree with that.
I do agree with that. You're reading my notes. You're taking
Mayor, there are 2 district commissioners for the CRA.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay,
and to that extent, Flagler Village certainly has gone. When I first was a commissioner in 2003. Flagler Village was starving for investment dollars, and we saw the momentum there. But I think the need, while we're still should be able to allocate funds for Flagler, I think that the real need right now is is west of the tracks.
Yes.
And but I think both still benefit from it, because it creates a synergy between neighborhoods. And once we build that tunnel, we'll get rid of the track, and we'll have connectivity between the neighborhoods. But we have to think 30, 40, 50 years from now. These are the things, and to stop it now, I just think would be we'd be really wasting a lot of resources that we've already invested. And I think, but again, I'm just one vote.
And adding to what you're saying, understanding when the CRA, the genesis of the CRA in the area, right. The intention was to start within the east, coming west, to provide the development for the Northwest.
Correct.
And we're just now seeing this. So no, it's not the time to now discontinue it when we still have plans on the books and opportunities to continue to build.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, I didn't think that we were making a decision today, are we? Or what is the timeline for us to make a decision about continuing the CRA or not?
No, certainly not. This is to start that conversation.
Right. Okay.
So we could propose options for you all to adopt policy.
Because where I am right now is I am in the information gathering portion of this conversation. I went through all of your information, and I find it really very, very helpful. And we'll go through that now, I'm sure. But I just have concerns, and I want to make sure that those concerns are addressed. We're going to face, I think, another year in the future where we have to figure out how are we doing all of the things that the city wants to do. I'm thinking in particular about public safety. I'm thinking in particular about police and fire. And I want us to really go deep into these numbers and see how much money we are taking out of the general fund to fund the CRA. So I think we have to have a conversation that's holistic. It's all-encompassing, and I think that it's just beginning now. But I'm not making any decisions now. I can't say right now, oh, yes, I'm for CRA to continue, or, oh, no, I'm not for the CRA to continue. But I want the decision to be educated, and I want the decision to be made based on practicalities and all of the needs of the city going forward in this coming budget year, because I think that's what's important. But I do want to know, what is our deadline to make a decision?
Well, November 25 is the end of the CRA, so we have
of 2025.
Yeah, November 2020, November of 25. Yes.
November.
So we have to. So between now and I think our summer break, we should have some indication as to what our intentions are. Whether if we want to have a joint meeting with our advisory board, maybe we should do that and get some input from the folks that we've appointed to that board. But we really need to make that decision sooner than later.
Why, I'm just wondering, why do we have to make the decision by July 2024 if it doesn't sunset until November of 2025?
So I don't know of any specific timelines. Maybe after we hear the input, we can take back some direction from you. But there's always a process for everything. So to continue the CRA for time with the county, there'll be a process. Any of the decisions you make, there will be some things
Well,
we
the
need
county's
to do.
not going to do any tip.
Right.
We know if the CRA continues, it's just going to be our own money.
Yeah, we know that.
We know that.
We know that.
Right. So we have to find out how much we're talking about. We have to really do a deep dive into the numbers. We have to see how that's going to impact our general fund. There's just a lot to consider. That's all.
Could we have Mr. Woods give us the history of the intent of the CRA and the agreement, or for the Northwest? Because it's my understanding it started out as the Northwest, and then other neighborhoods were added. Am I correct, or am I ill-informed?
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm Clarence Woods. I'm the manager of both Northwest Progressive, Flagler Heights, and Central City CRAs. From my understanding, there were some pieces added to the Northwest, but by and large, the whole Northwest Progressive Flagler Heights CRA started in 1995. There was, like I said, a small piece added. From my understanding, there was an intent that Central City be a part of the Northwest, but for whatever reasons, it became its own CRA.
Could I jump in on that? Let me just kind of add to that. So we created the Central City CRA after Broward County had essentially put a moratorium on new CRAs. You may recall there was a lawsuit between Pompano and Broward County. Weiss Sirota, Jamie Cole was the one who led that. And what the county had said they were going to do at that point in time was they were going to create an economic development fund. And so the folks from South Middle River came to the city and they said, if you create another CRA, we can access the economic development funds from the county. There was no other mechanism by which for us to do that. I think the amount was $1.5 million, and that's how you did the streetscape project on 13th Street.
Right.
So that's how the Central City CRA came into existence, was to be able to tap into the county's economic development fund that was their replacement for CRAs. So just kind of add some context to that. Thank you.
Right. And you were here and I wasn't, so forgive me.
Forever.
Forgive me if you know far more of the intricacies
quite right.
in how it came about. But I think what Laura in the budget office has by way of presentation probably can give you more of the details with respect to the numbers. If we're just talking about the narrative behind the CRA and how it was created. You touched on it, where when the CRA was created, there was an understanding that east of the tracks would develop, and once that got developed, then the TIF, or the tax increment, would be used to build up the Northwest, which is really where we are now. And I noticed the mayor mentioned about having a meeting with the advisory board. We will have one.
We have one in July, scheduled. Right? We have one scheduled.
July.
Okay.
So that should help.
Okay. So, are you looking for some direction from us?
I mean, would you like to share the information that we prepared?
Yeah, it's very good because I had some questions about the information.
So I'll try to be quick and go through it. So yeah, the information was prepared to help to set some context around the potential sunsetting of the CRA and to start some conversation around the topic. So the CRA's boundary is, I think you all are familiar, but it's Sunrise to the north, Broward to the south, and then Federal is the east boundary, and then the city's limits is the western boundary. There's some nuances, but that's basically it.
Right.
Some key facts about the CRA. I'd actually like to acknowledge Chris Cooper from DSD, Anthony Fajardo from the city manager's office, and Clarence from the CRA and his team. We all kind of pooled our information together for this presentation. So again, it's a 30-year CRA. It was adopted in November of 1995, and it will expire in November of 2025 unless it's extended. The population in 1995 was 13,000 in that area. Now it is almost 19,000, so a 45% increase in population. The taxable value has increased as well significantly.
Is that 200 million to 2.8 billion with a B?
That's correct. So a almost 1,300% increase in taxable value in the area. That number of housing units at the time it was adopted was 6,217, and at this point it's 9,392, which is a 51% increase, but a lot is still in development. So around 10,000 units from what DSC provided us are in development in that area now and expected to be online in the near future.
Wow.
So a lot of what the YMCA was presenting, this is the area that it's going to be serving. So just a refresher of how the TIF works. So in the base year 1995, that taxable value of $208 million was essentially frozen. So the city would have been charging, let's say at the time, 4.1193, which is our current millage rate. It was frozen at that level, and any growth in the taxable value in that area.
That was the baseline.
That's the baseline. And so the new value at our millage rate at 95%, which accounts for any early payment, prepayments, discounts, non-payments. So that's the 95%. So really, all of the growth in taxable value comes into the general fund, and we make a payment back to the CRA. And that all flows through the general fund every year as part of your adopted operating budget.
So the question, this begs the question, if the county is really concerned about affordable housing, when this CRA expires in November of 2025, a lot of money is going to be pumped into the general fund of the county, correct?
Yeah, same as ours. It would be transfer expenditure out that wouldn't happen. So if it sunsets, the expenditure out for all of these areas, the county, the hospital district, children's service. So in 2024 budget, the Broward County would have budgeted $12.8 million to come to the CRA.
Let me get to my point.
Okay.
My point is that as we continue to both say, the county says they're trying to do more affordable housing. The cities try to do more affordable housing. It would be great if that money continued to be focused on affordable housing in our city, since the money is being generated from our city. So as we have conversations with the county, we would look to have those points brought out so that, yes, they can fulfill their goal of affordable housing, but why not start from where the money is generated, which is Fort Lauderdale, as we continue to try to build our city? Okay, I just want.
Yep, absolutely. And so these are the numbers by area that contribute. So in 2024, the county would be that $12.9 million that they would bring in their general fund and pay out to the CRA. The hospital districts, $3.7 million. Children's Service Council, $1 million. And then the city, it was $9.6 million in the most recent year.
By the way, Mayor, just to jump in on that in terms of the housing issue. So, if the city gives money to housing to different groups, then those groups can go out and they can get county and state funds as matching funds. So without developers, without us giving money through the CRA to developers, they're missing out on opportunities to tap into a lot of other matching funds. So that's just one thing to be mindful of.
I agree.
But so Laura, I just want to make sure everyone understands. So for this year's budget, 2024, that's a little under $10 million that we're taking out of our general fund that could be used for.
We're not taking it out. It's just not being contributed.
It actually does flow through the general fund, so all of the tax revenues come into the general fund.
And then we take it out.
Yeah,
and
but
then
it's like an enterprise.
We pay it to CRA.
But it's like an enterprise fund.
Right, but we're not able to use it for anything else, whether
it's a bookkeeping thing.
Public safety or anything. We're just not able to use it.
Right.
Right. Okay.
So this is a 7-year history. Around 119 million has come in from the various sources into the CRA. And you can see it's increased significantly in the last few years as taxable values have come online. So how is the CRA funds spent? This is the most recent operating budget. Around 88% is really dedicated to incentives that are paid to developers in the most recent year. So the debt is payments of prior incentives that were provided, and then the incentives are 16.9 million or 61%. This is different than how the beach CRA funds were used. The beach really focused in on city capital improvements. Northwest is really focused in on incentivizing development through partners. And as of when Vanessa gave this to us last week in the CRA, there is 42.8 million in ongoing incentives that are underway. Some of the key accomplishments, I don't know if you want to share these. He would like me to share them on his behalf. These are the CRA's accomplishments are the YMCA Hoover Architectural Products. You can read the list yourself, but these are some key projects that have been completed. And then Invest Fort Lauderdale is a piece of the puzzle as well. The mission of Invest Fort Lauderdale is to reduce poverty, create jobs, and provide for a sustainable living wage. It would have a function that would be ongoing after the CRA sunsets. The 501c3 status is pending, and they would initially be funded through payments from recent Northwest Progressive Development projects that had that as part of their contracts, and space that they would be able to rent in residential projects at a lower rate, and then they would rent it at a lower rate from the developers and then rent it out to someone else at a higher rate. So that's the funding sources that would fund Invest Fort Lauderdale at this point. So I'm repeating what Clarence shared, but...
Okay. So thank you, Laura. You did an admirable job. And so Invest Fort Lauderdale, as you know, we created Invest Fort Lauderdale to do two things, really. It was to augment or leverage funds that the CRA gives to developers to do CRA-type projects. We are in the process of trying to get our 501c3. Laura mentioned that we had some snags with the IRS regarding how we are constituted, how we were made. We have too much of a nexus to the city. So we have to find a way to untie our hands from the city and be an independent board. So Lynn and I have talked about that. There are some things that we can probably mention at our joint meeting in July. But Invest Fort Lauderdale will also be the recipient of funding that we have given to these large-scale developments. As you know, when I got here, you tasked me to make sure that when we give funds to these developers, take out the language when it comes to community benefits, the aspirational language, which they always like to give in providing jobs and things like that. Right. Nobody wants to commit to giving jobs. So we came up with the idea of, okay, you can use the aspirational language, but what we'll do is we'll have you give back some of the money that we're giving to you, and we'll do the community benefits. We'll do some of the things that we look to have done in the community. So we have two projects right now that we are going to receive. I think the soonest we'll receive any money from the two projects is in 2026, and that's the Adderley, where we gave them $12 million, and potentially they'll give back $360 a year for 10 years for a total of 3.6. In addition to that, they have about 16 or 18,000 square feet of ground floor retail. What we've negotiated is that we become the credit tenant for 4,000 of that square feet. Right now, where the Adderley sits, I heard a number the other day as high as $40 and $50 they're renting per square. we will own that. Yeah, we'll own that 4,000 square feet at $12 a square, so we can sublease it, and that can also then be a source or a stream of funding for Invest Fort Lauderdale to do some of those community things that we talk about in our founding documents.
Can I back you up on that? Because I'm just a little concerned. So you're saying untether yourself from the city. So, you know, the whole idea with this is this was to be a successor to the CRA, and that the city would still maintain control over this. But if I'm understanding you now, and I get it, the IRS wants you to be a separate entity, so your own board, your own budget. So essentially, we would set you free. When you're talking untethered, we're going to let that balloon go, and off you go. And so we no longer have any say or influence over the decisions that the 501c3 is going to make. Is that a correct, accurate representation of what we're talking about?
Well, in how Lynn and I have talked about or approached it, what we need, we don't want to just totally be untethered, but we don't want to be board controlled, but have the board with representation. So the thought is, and this is just preliminary, you get into here first, is that because we do have 2 commission districts that comprise the CRA, those 2 commission districts, and however you guys decide to get together on it, can suggest 2 representatives on the board, and then the other 3 would come from one of or 3 of the homeowners association in the neighborhood. For instance, Dorsey River Bend can have a representative, or Doors, and then Progresso.
So let me ask you a question now, because I thought when we first talked about setting up the Economic Development Corporation, it was able to operate citywide. That was one of the things that's different from the Economic Development Corporation than from the CRA, because the CRA is restricted by statute to a boundary that defines the area in which you can legally expend funds. And if I remember correctly, when Jim Karras was explaining all this, we don't have those same boundaries with the EDC.
Well, you have a good memory. That's the way I wanted to set it up.
Okay.
But Lynn, our attorney, felt like if there were going to be CRA funds used, we needed to stay within the boundaries of the CRA, in which she was right.
Okay.
And we were going to come back, if the CRA sunset was to sunset, we were going to come back and then have it untethered. That was the plan. But the idea was to be able to allow the EDC to operate within Fort Lauderdale in totality.
Right, because we have neighborhoods that are not within the CRA that would still benefit from some economic development activities. You know, they may be 1 block to the north or 1 block to the south, or so forth. You know, or you know, we've got certain isolated pockets within the city that would benefit from having, you know, some economic development dollars targeted towards them. And that was one of the attractive things to me at the time when we were talking about the EDC, was that it was no longer constrained into where it could operate. So this is the first, I believe, that I'm hearing that we're now narrowing this down, which isn't to say that we can't do that way, but this is contrary to my prior understanding of what the EDC's goal, mission, and intent was going to be. So, okay.
Well, you were there when we were having the conversations about the creation of it. When we actually finally did all of the paperwork, the articles, and the bylaws, we had to restrict it because the idea was that it would also receive funding from the CRA, and money couldn't be spent outside the CRA. That's the way it's set up.
Let me suggest this, because I think the EDC is morphed, and I think there's issues. So, for example, just for my colleagues up here, you know, the city has, by charter, certain restrictions on how it can acquire and dispose of land, for example. The CRA has its own set of governing rules about what it can do, and that's why it's able to undertake these economic development activities, these affordable housing things where we could sell property for less than market value because it furthers the goals of the CRA. I'd like to understand how that works with the EDC. And so I think maybe it might behoove us to have a workshop just to really get down into the details of how this is going to work on a very granular level, because it seems like the original concept is evolving and going in slightly different directions. And I'd like to know more about that, particularly if this is the successor entity to the CRA, and we're trying to decide whether we continue the life of the CRA or if we just terminate it and we take those general fund dollars. And I want to know if that's part of the anticipation too, is that out of this, you know, I like round numbers, right? Out of that $10 million that we're putting into the CRA right now, are we suggesting that we take $2 million, $5 million, $10 million and throw it into the EDC every year? I'd like to understand all that, and I think that's worthy of a larger discussion. Rather than just wrapping it up in this one.
So, but I just want you to be clear. Sure. What has been done, or what was done when we created it, basically restricted a lot of what the EDC would be able to do, just in order to, you know, give the city more control over the entity.
Right, but again, that's kind of the same thing. So we have a lot of incentive programs, right? Like, you know, facade incentives and, you know, things of that nature. First-time home buyer incentives, down payment assistance, you know. So I want to understand, you know, what the thematic programs for the EDC is going to be. Is it going to be different from the CRA programs, or is it simply going to be a mirror of the CRA just under a 501c3 umbrella? So I'd really like to understand that more than I do right now.
Okay, and we can have that conversation.
Yeah, I think we should. I mean, I think we all need to really have a grasp on what the EDC's mission is going to be, especially if we're only going to have 2 seats out of the 5. Because I'll give you an example of this. On the police and fire pension, there's a statutorily established number of members on that, which then you can exceed, but you can't go below. At some point, the city had allowed police and fire to gain control of the police and fire pension board, which means we're now the minority participant in that. That may or may not be what the city wants, but it is the situation in which we now find ourselves. Right. So it sounds to me with the EDC that we're going to be in a similarly constituted position where we are the minority shareholders and can be outvoted by other folks. And I'm not sure that that's what I want. I want to know more about how it's going to function before I'm comfortable in handing over a large chunk of money to a not-for-profit that we no longer control. So I need to be a lot more comfortable with what the mission, vision, goals, values, operations, and everything else is going to be. Because, as you say, it has kind of shifted over time, and maybe in good ways. I don't know, but I'd like to be educated more, and I think the community needs to know more about that as well.
Absolutely.
And Clarence, I just have a question also. Yes, we definitely I agree, we do need to know so much more. We created Invest Fort Lauderdale in 2021, the former commission, just to prepare for the inevitability of sunsetting of the CRA. I know that nothing's really been done much, right, in the last 3 years since it was created. Although I do recollect that we appointed people, didn't we?
Yeah, we do have a board.
Because you just mentioned about appointing people, but we did that.
Yes, we have a board. But
we have a board.
Again, yes, and remember, over time, board members change, and you know, we have a vacancy at this point. So,
but that board's not meeting.
No, it is meeting.
Oh, it is meeting.
It's meeting. We've done a number of different things. It's just that we don't have any funding. The idea was that we would get money for operations, the initial operations, bringing on staff and all of that. We would get it from the CRA, but we were waiting for our 501c3 designation so that we can start to do that. We have a work program. We have the outline for how we're going to operate. So all of the things that Commissioner Herbst was asking for, we have that already.
Okay, because I think it's going to be really incumbent upon us to figure this out, because we did create this. But again, I'm not looking to see any kind of duplication of services. If we do extend the CRA, do we need Invest Fort Lauderdale? I mean, we have a lot of questions. We have to figure out a lot, and I'm just looking forward to us having more conversations and
would love to. There is answers for all of the questions, and those that we don't have answers for, we can get. But And the composition that I mentioned was only just, again, we're not saying that it'll just be 2-member representation. It was just something Lynn and I just threw around right before we came over here. We don't know if that's how it's going to be, but it needs to be a collective effort in trying to figure out how we will go forward if you decide that we should.
Clarence, I don't know whether we have a choice. If the IRS is saying that the city cannot have controlling interest in Invest Fort Lauderdale, even though in and of itself it's a tax-deductible organization. The city is a tax-deductible organization, so it's not like we're tainting the 501c3 charitable purpose by having a majority of city-appointed members to the board. But aside from that, that's something they have to figure out. Right. But if that's the goal, if that's the requirement, we necessarily have to have a minority interest on that board. So then that begs the question, do we want to just write them a check every year and hope for the best based on the mission statement that we create for the 501c3, or do we not want to do this at all? I mean, but I thought we had these conversations when we formed it, and I think we were comfortable with the fact that the mission statement in and of itself would define the purposes for which the money would be spent. But again, I think to some extent we thought we were anticipating the demise of the CRA, and this was going to be a substitute for the CRA. If we're now talking about not terminating the city's portion of the CRA, then do we really need Invest Fort Lauderdale?
So again, that's part of, I think, the misconception that has been around since we came up with it. Invest Fort Lauderdale was never meant to take over for the CRA. It was only to be a complement. And one of the things that
exactly, it's supposed to be a complement, right? But how is it going to be funded, though?
So again, we talked about it being an organization like any other nonprofit.
So people could donate to it, get a tax deduction, and then it would be used as an economic development arm.
Remember, one of the main things we talked about doing was creating a CDFI, which is a Certified Development Finance Institution, which is a designation that you get from the federal government where you can go and get funding to do small business loans and things like that.
So this is not to replace the CRA. No. This is to augment it.
Yes.
To run parallel with it, but not get money from the city. It would get their money.
It never contemplated just getting money from the city.
So that's a big difference. Okay.
Never contemplated.
So whether we have a minority role on it shouldn't really bother us.
Right.
Okay.
And the deals that we're doing, there was no money that was going to be coming from the CRA directly. Invest Fort Lauderdale would be just like any other 501c3 institution or any other organization that comes and asks the CRA for money now.
Right.
It could do that at that point, but
it's eligible for grant funding.
It would get grant funding from other foundations and the federal government.
Other governments, right. Okay, all right.
It's a nonprofit. It's a 501c3.
Right. Very good. Any further questions of Clarence? Because I have two people who signed up to speak. You want to continue with your presentation?
Just two more.
I'm sorry, Laura.
No, that's fine. So quickly, this is a conservative 10-year estimate of what an extension might be to the general fund. So around $153 million. We can come back here later. And we've incorporated this.
What's $153 million?
So if it was extended for 10 years.
That's how much money we take out.
$10 million there.
So fast.
This is assuming.
Don't gloss over that. Okay. That's how much money we take out of the general fund for services in our city to keep the CRA going.
Right. So this is without those new units. This is just based upon the current incremental value inflated by the same amount we use, like 6 or 7% in our models each year. This doesn't account for new units or what those values would be. So this is really conservative. It would be at least $153 million impact to the general fund to extend it by 10 years.
If we didn't extend.
If it was at 100%.
Right. Okay.
So again, we've been building this into our model for years that it was sunsetting, and that's part of how we balance in out years. So if that goes out, that means either something else has to be reduced or additional taxes or other revenues would have to come in. So just some basic considerations. I know we're running short on time, so I'll go really quickly through it. Currently, most of the funding we went through is prioritized to support incentives to attract development to the area. So that's how the funding is being used in the CRA. There's still opportunities to improve the area. Y'all talked about that. The increased growth in the CRA has led to the need for additional government services that we can't fund through that. So for the past 25 years, the additional population and growth has been really subsidized from areas outside of that area. So police, fire, parks, and other services, they can't currently be supported by the revenue generated through taxable value growth in these areas. There's many competing priorities for funding in the general fund. You know, we heard about public safety, fire, affordable housing, street, sidewalks, bridges. All of those things are needs that are kind of competing with these funds. Contributing partners are unlikely to support a funding extension. Y'all acknowledged that already. CRA rules really limit the flexibility of how and where we can spend the funds if we continue as CRA. You're kind of setting yourself up to have to deal with the CRA rules continually. And the City Commission can establish other mechanisms to target funding priorities in this area. So there's a couple of options you may or may not want to discuss today. There's a non-financial time-only extension you could do for the TIF. So you could ask the county just to extend the time so that we can finish up those incentive programs. Financial TIF extension options. So if you did want to extend and have the city contribute, you could choose the time, 5 years, 10 years, however many years you'd like. The boundaries can change if you'd like. So you could, choose a smaller area that you want to focus in on. And the city contribution doesn't have to be that 95%. It could be a lower percentage. And that concludes the presentation.
Laura, if you could go back for me to that is slide page number 11, estimated general funds impact. Okay. What has been the impact to date?
So I have 8 years that we pulled from the financial system. We could pull more for you, but if you look at the city's contribution, in the past 7 years, the city's contributed $43 million.
Okay. So it came from general fund at that point? There's nothing different other than the timeline. This is 8 years. This is 10 years that you're projecting.
Yeah, so if you look at the city's contribution, Commissioner, it goes up quite a bit, right? So in the later years, it's higher. And that's why that contribution looks a lot bigger in the next 10 years is because your starting point is that 9.5 million. And then we're escalating at our assumptions for our property tax growth, which is 6 or 7%. So we've modeled this on those same assumptions.
All right, because the point I'm trying to make, this is a practice that we've been doing and operating in for the last 30 years. Correct. And where we are right now, we have not completed the mission. And I agree with you there. So, we're throwing figures out here. We're, putting these numbers out and saying this is a large amount of numbers. However, we have not fulfilled the commitment to the district or to the Northwest section. The whole name for is Northwest Progresso Village Heights. We need to follow through with that. And I know this is only our discussion today, but I don't want to leave it where, it's this amount of money, and this is out of our reach, and it's something we've been doing, and I believe as a city, we can continue to do it. Thank you.
Okay, we have two people signed up to speak, Troy Liggett and Brian Donaldson. I see Brian is back from his travels.
I have one very quick comment to this, that this CRA has run its 30 years. The CRA that's above that I'm now the chairman of Central City CRA. Thank you for that information. That was very helpful to know. As you're considering this whole discussion about the new development, driving development over there, and the city has the opportunity to redirect these revenues and change boundaries, that you include in that discussion more revenue to the CRA to the north of it. It needs it up there. It needs development from Lauderdale Manors all the way over to Poinsettia Heights, just as much as it does south.
Are you
So thank
suggesting
you for
that the Northwest Progressive Flagler CRA absorbed the Central City CRA?
That's something to consider.
Okay, I just want to see if I'm understanding correctly.
To spread the love on these dollars.
Okay, well,
that's
it's a different animal. When this one is sunsetting, yeah, we can do whatever we want.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Brian? Hello, Brian.
Good evening, Mayor,
Afternoon.
Vice Mayor, and some missing commissioners. I'm coming here today as a citizen, and I think there's a great opportunity from the numbers that our budget director put in front of us tonight. And I wanted to address Commissioner Beasley Pittman's comment in regards to what we've continued to do. I think that this is a great opportunity to relook at how the past 30 years have happened. And the major growth has been east of the tracks in the past 5 to 7 years. And as a citizen of the city of Fort Lauderdale that doesn't live in that Flagler Village area, to know that the pressures that we have put onto our police and our fire for all those additional new units, the population in that district has gone up over 50%. And we're not taking any of that taxpayer money from all those people living in those high rises, which is $9.8 million this year, and we're not putting that back into an additional possible fire stations, additional rescue, et cetera. So I think just as a citizen, I'm no longer on your budget board, but as a citizen, I would relook, if you were to look at this, a redo of, to your comment about we aren't done, yes, there's certain areas we are not done, but to incentivize Searstown or some of these other ones that aren't affecting neighborhoods that need more help would be a send to the rest of the city. I think we need to look at that $150 million. How are you going to add the additional police and fire for all this growth downtown if you don't start putting that dollars into your general fund? There's a great opportunity in working with our partners at the county and at the hospital district of all of those new dollars that she showed on that screen. The county is probably sitting there, if I was the budget advisory for the county, and saying, yoo-hoo, in 2025, we've got an extra $12 million that they're going to get, that they're going to probably put into Weston and Plantation and everywhere else. So maybe we should be partnering with them. What about the hospital district? $3 million just in 1 year that is going to be saved by them. So how much could that contribute to another substation or to the pool, et cetera? So there's great opportunities to relook at this. I don't think it's an easy fix of let's just extend it. If we were to extend, it needs to be very pragmatic and very specific to the needs of the areas that really need it, because the rest of us citizens see all these high rises that have gone up, all these people that are living there, and to know that their taxpayer dollars are not helping our police and fire, I think is not the right thing to be doing. So that, as a citizen, I'm saying I think you need to put together a committee and really think about that. And how do we pressure our partners at the county to make sure that part of those dollars, because we know that they aren't going to do anything regardless of what we do, there's $12 million on the table. What are we doing to put additional shelters or beds in place so that when we're supposed to be arresting everyone in November, and, well, if they get arrested enough time, maybe they'll leave the state of Florida, I think is the Tallahassee thought. That's not going to happen, but the number of lawsuits that I know just from the lawyers in my neighborhood that are just waiting because we have homeless on A1A and on the beach, and we're going to be suing. We need to think about that.
All right, let me interrupt you for a second. So
sure.
What you're suggesting is that we shrink the boundaries of the CRA
to where it's really needed.
Well, let me finish speaking.
Yeah.
So you want to shrink the boundaries of the CRA to allow, and what that means is, like, let's cut out a lot of Flagler Village so that that money that's generated through tax revenues would stay in the general fund to pay for additional fire, rescue, and so forth and so on. However,
yeah, we haven't added infrastructure for that.
Let me finish
Go
talking.
ahead.
Okay? But when you do that, you're starving the fund that we need in order to continue the progress that we want to do in the Northwest.
But the CRA restrictions were not like the Central Beach Alliance or the Central Beach CRA, which we as voters could see the money that was taken from that went into tangible public items, sidewalks, etc. We're using this money to incentivize okay, developers to build more luxury high-rises at $3,000 a month minimum rent. So as a taxpayer...
Well, we're not doing that, though.
Well, that's
We've
where
stopped doing
it showed that the incentives... So I'm saying, let's put together a program that gives the neighborhoods that really now we've learned in 30 years.
Yeah, but where's the source of the money for it? If you're cutting out the area which generates the funds, how are you going to make it successful?
Because you can create a different mechanism when you redo a new CRA in a thing. It doesn't have to come from that. You could, as a commission, say, we're going to contribute to this X amount out of general fund.
Well, then we're just taking from one pocket and putting into another.
But what you're doing is you're not putting in the same amount. The amount of money that is coming in from those high-rises, which are not getting additional police and fire support or additional substations, et cetera, are all going into incentivize additional high-rise. So you're not going to get the change that I'm hearing some commissioners asking for change in neighborhoods that really do need the change, which we all acknowledge needs the change. So what I'm saying is you could say, in certain areas, those taxpayer dollars are going to come in, and let's put it to public safety in those neighborhoods. We haven't put, as citizens or as a government, into the growth plan of police and fire for the areas that are growing exponentially.
We're aware of that.
So that's how that money should be funded.
Well,
I'm just saying
hang on,
to do it
I'm
same
going to give you
over.
time out on that one because the Northwest Progresso CRA plan includes a specific provision for additional policing within that district utilizing the CRA funds. So that is actually contemplated within the plan.
But it hasn't been executed.
Sure it has. Yeah, no, we've increased police participation and presence in that area based on the CRA. So what the CRA funds are allowed to do is provide services above and beyond what is currently in your operating budget. So if you're budgeted for 10 police officers for an area, you can't go ahead and supplant that. But if you take that to 15, those extra 5 can then be paid for with the CRA. And we have done that through the years. The other reason, by the way, so I'm going to take you back to Carlton Moore. Hold on. I'm going to take you on a history lesson here. Carlton Moore. Carlton Moore always said that we want market rate housing in that area because the only way we're going to get a Publix is when we have the economic demographics that will entice Publix to come into the neighborhood. Otherwise, all you get is Save-A-Lot. So you can't simply say that we're going to take that neighborhood and make that the affordable housing dumping ground for the city, and which is what we've done. We've basically said we're going to create all of the low-income housing tax credit projects and dump them into the Sistrunk neighborhood because the land is cheap over there.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a CRA that the majority of the growth has been, let's face it, east of the tracks, that haven't necessarily helped Northwest District. It has helped near basically the west side of Victoria Park.
Right, but
so
that's
I'm
what's
just
raising
saying,
the money. That's what's raising the money that allowed us then to do the $15 million streetscape project along the whole rest of the corridor. When we began the CRA 25 years ago, Peter Feldman and some other folks recognized that we had a starting point. The starting point for redevelopment was that which was in the closest proximity to the more affluent neighborhoods to begin with. You can't start in the middle of a neighborhood that's drowning in slum and blight, which is the creation of a CRA, and start in the middle and work your way out. You have to start from the edges and work your way in, and that's what we did.
I understand the concept, and I'm saying that we should be taking what we've learned in the 30 years, and we could be smarter with how we could do more of a prong approach for the next 5 to 10 versus doing a rubber stamp, same old what we've done, which then you are going to be faced with, how do we make up the shortfall of $152 million over the next 10 years when we have police unions, et cetera, that need additional people and staff. So I'm saying it's not an easy answer. It's not a let's just extend it, but we have an opportunity to do it better. We're smarter today than we are 30 years ago.
Okay.
And how do we get the county and the hospital to partner with taking some of those dollars and put it back into neighborhoods, et cetera,
Okay.
because that was my point.
The county, if you may remember, though, so the county has committed to taking the money from the sunsetting CRAs and using it for affordable housing. So part of the county's affordable housing program is to take...
That hasn't become a public statement, and they haven't put it into writing.
Sure they have. I've read about this.
Yeah,
Mayor,
but the problem, Commissioner, is that they're looking to spend that money west of 95. That's the problem.
Well, what the county has said as part of their affordable housing plan is that as the CRA sunset, that they're going to use that money for affordable housing. Not all of it, obviously.
Actually, there's been a dispute over that.
Okay.
Some members of the county commission want to use it for that. Others want to use it to lower the millage rate. So they haven't really come up with a decision. But nonetheless, if they do use it for affordable housing, the direction would be west of 95 as opposed to east of 95.
Even though we're the donor, we're the major donor of that amount.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's an opportunity, looking at these numbers over the next year, that between everyone to come up with a better solution.
Yeah,
Thank
your
you.
point is well taken. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Please take your seat.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to give you
Who is asking? Oh, Greg, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm still
it's
here.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, wanted to give you some context about how much is being appropriated to CRA for police support.
Okay.
Yeah, so $125,000 service charge from the police to Northwest for enhanced initiatives in that area.
Just $125,000.
$125,000.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
That's probably cost of half an FTE.
Right. Okay.
So we could do more.
Okay, let's move on. Hold on. Moving on to Business 4. This is a potential acquisition of two very prime properties, 828 Southeast 4th Street and 2900 North Atlantic Boulevard. We don't have a lot of detail on the 2900 North Atlantic Boulevard, do we?
No, just that it's positioned right adjacent to an existing park, and it would allow the city to expand its green space footprint.
Okay.
But do we know where the IRS is in the process?
They are in the process to put it out to the public, so it would be very it would be a very good opportunity right now to get direction from you all if you all would like us to move forward and provide a letter of interest and also start negotiating on acquiring those properties.
So the letter that you've done already is just for the other property, the Southeast 4th Street.
We've actually done both.
Oh, you did a letter for?
Yes, but now they're asking for a firm commitment to start that bidding process.
Gotcha.
Okay, but for 2900 North Atlantic, we're not just writing a blank check there. We have to first see what the amount is that we'll pay. They will accept in order for us to buy it.
We knew what the mortgage amount was on the other property, but do we know what the mortgage amount is on the 2900 North Atlantic?
No, we don't.
No, there is no mortgage amount. There are just certain what do you call it, liens?
Okay.
That are city liens. It's ourselves.
Okay.
And then on the other one, there's a mortgage lien with the value that's placed on the backup material.
Right.
And so
I think both properties would be pristine acquisitions. I would love to see us get 2900 North Atlantic Boulevard. It's right on the ocean, 50 feet of frontage. And I would love to see us acquire that building on 4th Street. What do you think, Commissioner Sturman?
Well, I know we discussed this. It's a nice piece of property. It's right adjacent to that right-of-way, correct, Greg?
Yes.
I mean, you call it a park, but it's technically a right-of-way.
It is.
And it's beautiful. The question, what would we use it for? My initial, well, we had spoken about this a while ago, and my initial thought was, wow, that, maybe a community center, or what's the thought what we would use it for?
The possibilities are infinite. You all could use it, like I said, community center, meeting place. Right now that you don't have a city hall, place to get together for people to discuss topics, HOAs, banquets, all kinds of things. It's very uniquely positioned, and these kind of opportunities happen only probably once in a lifetime.
Okay.
So right now, the IRS advised that what their interest is to make sure that the mortgage lien is paid off. So our staff is proposing to submit a bid for the mortgage loan amount.
I know that Gina from Riverwalk, I think this is the item that she had mentioned, was thought this would be a very
we have a
wise
couple
acquisition.
people who have signed up to speak.
However,
Kayla and
Dean,
and Maggie Hunt.
He's not finished.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. You said that you said. I'm just
No. Gina
Yeah.
had called me.
No, I'm just saying a couple people have signed up to speak. I don't know if any one of those people are the ones that you've been.
No. Okay, thank you. But also, there are concerned people that are across the river from there, the amount of noise that might be generated, and that is a concern. Yes, a couple more questions. What's your
Actually, you as a city owner can put regulations to restrict the noise that property can
and the uses. Okay. Also,
produce.
What is the? It's what 3.2. What would it cost the city?
I'm going to ask Ms. Angela.
3.2 million.
3.2. And the value is 6
something.
It's up there, yes.
Yeah.
Angela Salmon, City Manager's Office. Yes, the mortgage on that property
3.2.
right now, 828, is 3.2.
And the value is what?
The broker opinion value is 6.9.
Okay.
However, that's not an
least.
appraisal.
At least.
At least, yeah.
Yes. Okay, and on the property appraisers, it's obviously, but what that number was less, I saw.
Yeah, the property appraisers it's not an indicator of the
But
value of the
that's a
property.
taxable value, right? Okay. Where would be the money to pay for that would come from? Where?
So that's something that staff needs to still research and find ways to fund it.
John, could you give me $1 million from your neighborhood?
Yeah,
for
I was
that
just
one,
going to
too?
recommend that from the District 1 Parks Acquisition
What can you do
Funds.
for me, Warren?
Hey,
I'm capped out.
I
right?
had a deal, Dottie Mancini Park for holiday. You got to give something to get your $1 million.
Oh, geez.
Well, I need an oceanfront park in District 1. We're the only district, along the Barrier Island that doesn't actually have ocean access.
Oh, geez. I mean, those are my thoughts.
I have a question.
When Greg first, Pam, I'll give it to you in 1 second, Pam.
Okay.
But my final thought, when Greg first approached me, it sounded like a great idea. I didn't know it was going to be 3.2. I thought it was going to be a lot less than that. But,
Yeah, when I approach you with it, typically what happens when federal entities get a property like this, they give it to government agencies as long as it is for public use for pennies on the dollar.
Right.
At that point in time when I approached you with the topic, we did not know that it had a mortgage lien of $3.2 million. Now we know that, and they need to pay that off. So
Right.
that is the constraint.
Any city liens on that property?
I don't believe so.
No. Okay. Pam, sorry, Pam.
Yes,
go
my
ahead.
question is, what type of income would this property bring to the city?
Depends what we use it for.
What kind of income?
That came up with my meeting also, Pam.
Well, the thing is, we spent almost, $15 million to renovate Southside School. And it was never considered an income-producing property. It was always a public purpose for the neighborhood to use it for the things for which it's currently being used, which is a very active use. So the same thing could be said for the same property. We don't have to earn money for it. The idea is to acquire a valuable piece of property for a fraction of what it's worth, and to be able to allow the people in the neighborhood to have it for public purpose, or even anywhere in the city. We could certainly. It's like any community center. Like we have the community center on the beach. and we have community centers throughout the city. I mean, this would be an amazing opportunity here to be able to acquire a beautiful property. Is this a Francis Abreu property?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, because actually several years ago, before this current owner, well, not the current owner anymore, but before he purchased this, I was really trying to get the city, when Chris was our manager, to move on this property when it was for sale. We're actually talking here about the 1925 Needham Estate. The Needham Estate is an amazing 6,500 square foot home. Architect was Francis Abreu, one of our most noted architects in the history of our city. This, if you've not been in this property, and I have several times, this is a stunning building. And at one particular time, it actually was doing very well, renting out for weddings and affairs, and people were going there because the property itself, sitting right on the river, is also magnificent. This is a pristine piece of property that not only is in and of itself an amazing site, but for our city, to be able to acquire a 1925, 6,500 square foot Francis Abreu house is incredible. These opportunities don't come along. So, to answer your question, Commissioner Beasley Pittman, I think if this was managed properly, we would do quite well here, actually, in having an event space. We could actually use part of the home for office space, whether that was for Go Riverwalk or whatever. But there are many opportunities here to utilize this place, not just for office space, but also for event space. But I agree with you, Mayor. I think that this would be a lost opportunity if we did not pursue this. I also believe that we should do the letter for 2900 North Atlantic. Whenever we have an opportunity to expand a public park on the ocean, we should grab it. And this site sits adjacent to Vista Park in the Lauderdale Beach Homeowners Association neighborhood. Again, great public purpose. It makes sense. I mean, I think that we should just go, full force ahead for both of these properties because they're that unique in our city.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of Commissioner Glassman real briefly? I mean, it's in District 4, but it is right a stone's throw from your boundary, number one. And number two, I know that you're interested in historic properties. 3.2 mil. I know it's appraised much more than that. Do you think that we have a tight budget? You would favor us purchasing that? I just want we just want to get.
Yes, I think so. Angela, did you know what did the gentleman purchase that for? Do you remember? Do you have that actual sale history?
Somebody did give that to me.
What was the sale history? I mean, probably you could look at it really quickly at the property appraiser.
I remember you had it up for sale for $10 million once.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's a lot more than this.
2019 for 2.65. Is that correct?
How does he has a mortgage of 3.2 still?
I mean, he must.
I don't know, but I can get the information to you.
Yeah, I think though for where this site is, and the site is how many acres?
It's less than an acre.
Is it less than an acre?
It's 16,000 square feet, a little bit over.
Over an acre.
16,000.
16. Well, 16,000 square feet.
60?
No, 16.
1/6. So it's a quarter of an acre.
The house itself is 6,500 square feet.
Yeah, the lot's approximately 16,000 square feet.
So it's a third of an acre. An acre is about 45,000 square feet. So 16,000 is it's a third of an acre.
So you can figure that off of Las Olas Boulevard, right on the river. That's an expensive piece of property, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. It's good to know that you would support. I mean, I would support that, but
I support it 100%.
Oh, good. Okay.
I support both sites, the one in District 4 and the one in District 2.
Well, with the condition that it doesn't cost like an arm and a leg.
Yeah, well, we have to do our due diligence on the 2900 North Atlantic.
All right, we have a couple of people signed up to speak. Michaela Conca. Is Michaela here? Do you want to speak? I don't want to twist your arm. And Maggie Hunt. Well, some people change their mind. Come on down. Hi there.
Good afternoon.
push the button right. Oh, it's already done. It's already done. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're
I'm
good.
good. I'm good.
You're
I'm good.
Yep.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Okay. Oh, shoot. I forgot my glasses. Can I turn it off? I can't read without
Why
my
don't you let
glasses.
Maggie speak first? Let Maggie speak first.
It'll work. I'm blind.
Oh, you have glasses. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So here we go. December 4th, 2016, our first major holiday home tour. Of the 8 homes presented, the Needham Estate was one of our jewels. Some with as much as a century's worth of stories to tell. We wanted people to understand that Fort Lauderdale has an interesting past worth saving. The largest share of the tour started in the Rio Vista neighborhood, some of which was along the New River. Our next stop, off Los Alamos Boulevard, on the New River, the Needham House. Built in 1925 by famed architect Francis Louis Abreu. Abreu designed the 6,500 square foot house for the first manager of the Broward Hotel. It was owned by the Sheriff Walter Clark. The house entertained notables as President Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. In the house. This historical landmark is designated. The important points in the evolution of this house: it sits on the widest part of the New River. It's a former girls' finishing school. It is a private home a second time, a third time private home to Sandy and Drew Romanovitz. The interior features 12 feet of concrete wall, original wrought iron stairwell banister, Pecky cypress wood ceiling, Dade County wood beams, Cuban floor tiling, a rotunda-shaped sitting room, curved doorways and windows. This house is an important asset and holds a profound legacy to the city of Fort Lauderdale. It has stood the test of time, weather, and surviving the 1926 hurricane. It is part of Fort Lauderdale history and the land boom era that created so many of our historical assets, many of which have since been demolished. I will leave with 2 final quotes from Commissioner Glassman. Preserving history can be a hard sell in South Florida. One of the many reasons Broward Trust exists. We work to preserve our historic assets because our desire to keep history alive and standing. Another, Commissioner Glassman, you grieve a little when you see a beautiful building demolished, a loss due to neglect. As president of Broward Trust for Historic Preservation, I support the city acquiring the Needham Estate and 2900 North Atlantic Boulevard. This is for the potential public use and additional green space along our beautiful New River and ocean front. That house has huge potential. Please, take it, get it, do whatever you have, whatever is in your means. Don't let this property go.
You are quite the sales lady. We should get this as a minimum, as a hurricane shelter. Look, it's 1926.
It has Miss Maddie.
It has many.
Maddie, could you go back over the previous owners for me?
Well, the first owner was it was built for the first owner of the Broward Hotel.
No, I want her to go back.
Oh, you want to go back?
I want
back to 1920.
That list
1925.
Okay,
okay. That was the manager for the Broward Hotel.
Okay.
The second owner was the Sheriff Clark.
Sheriff Clark?
Yes. Walter Clark, Sheriff Walter Clark.
Okay.
The third owner is Sandy and Drew Romanovitz.
Okay.
And the last owner, I don't know his name, is this young man that is now incarcerated.
Okay. Sheriff Clark, do you have some history on Sheriff Clark?
Yes, we know. Sheriff Clark does have quite a colorful background.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Maggie, you want your glasses back?
And I need a snack bar. Can we? Yeah. How much will my property taxes go up if we put a snack bar in?
A snack bar.
The property or here? Here. This is one of the most important structures in our city to save, and one of the most important brew houses that exist. Right now, we have an unusual opportunity for a good deal because this property is owned by the U.S. government, and they are not going to keep it. Our city, this point is about cultural tourism. Our city has a very well-developed tourist industry in beaches, restaurants, and bars. We also have seen a lot of great growth in the downtown area with many new high-rises going up. Here, though, is where we have to be careful in how we handle all of this going forward. It's important that we try to preserve the history we have as an investment in cultural tourism, which is a little underdeveloped here. Otherwise, we end up with a city that is very one-dimensional. To put it simply, looking at a three-dimensional thing is a lot more attractive than looking at something that only has one dimension. In fact, one-dimensional things can overall be very boring, where everything is the same texture, the same height, the same color, the same shape. That's where our historic buildings come in. They create a third dimension, a texture that we wouldn't have otherwise, and along with our museums attract a tourist we haven't seriously tapped into, the cultural tourist. Pockets of quaint, green areas with historic buildings are a huge attraction to a tourist demographic that is not very well developed here compared to our resort tourist demographic. If we don't save the Needham House, it will probably end up being condos and a huge loss. And it's important, I think, also near downtowns, to have the more green space when you have a lot of density. There's been a lot of studies that show how it's psychologically very helpful to people. I am for also, though, being fiscally responsible. So I wouldn't suggest the city buy it without finding a way for it to help support itself. And this property would be a great venue for, as it already has been, for intimate weddings and smaller corporate events. There's a water taxi stop adjacent to it, an existing parking garage a couple of blocks away, and a new one going in soon, a block and a half away. So there'd be plenty of parking for that sort of thing. And just like with some of our other historic properties, there could be a nonprofit that could be formed to help support it. Please consider saving this house as a serious effort to develop cultural tourism, a new tourism for us, or a better developed in that area, and because it is an outstanding piece of architecture and history.
Could I ask one question
Thank
before
you.
you step away? So you expressed a concern that it'd be torn down and condos would go up there, but
Well, I'm just
as I
saying
understand,
that-
hold on,
Oh,
I understand
sorry.
this is a historically designated property, so I don't see how there would be a demolition permit to tear that down and build condos on the river, unless I'm missing something.
Unfortunately, I live in Sailboat Bend, and I watch that happen all the time because owner buys it, and when they want to develop it, they let it deteriorate. And when they have money and they know they're going to make a whole lot of money if they develop it, they take all those fines. It's nothing,
Right.
those fines. And so then it gets demolished. I can't tell you how many properties we've lost in Sailboat Bend because
Historic
of that.
designation does not protect the property from demolition. You can apply to the Historic Preservation Board for a certificate of appropriateness to demolish a structure.
And I don't think our
And I know
historic...
we've done that, but I can't imagine any circumstance where HPB would grant a demolition permit for this particular property. I mean, I've seen I've gone through the demolition by neglect stories. I've watched the buildings that has happened to. Most of them have been, like you said, some of these really, really small, buildings over in Sailboat Bend. I've not seen demolition by neglect of a structure of this stature before.
So what if I want to make $500 million on that piece of property and I don't give a crap about history? Everybody doesn't care. And if you're talking about money, serious money, that's more important to a lot of people. And when you're the property owner, he has property rights when it comes to that. So,
What's to say a developer wouldn't come in and swoop up this property and then just let it sit there?
That's what code enforcement is for.
but
They can support the fines.
So, Commissioner, I have an example to show you. The Tower Apartments, just a couple blocks
Thank
away.
you, Dean. Yeah.
Thank you, Michaela. The Tower Apartments, just a couple blocks away, those are torn down by demolition, by neglect.
Also, Francis Abreu, architect.
Right. So I'm just to be clear, I'm not opposed to the acquisition. I just I don't like I don't like the idea that if we don't do this, that the world's coming to an end.
Agree. I agree with you.
I support the acquisition. I'm not opposed to it. I think it's a worthwhile property. I don't like the suggestion that we have to do this or the world's going to come to an end.
Right.
I don't like having a gun to my head to do things.
All right. So it's my understanding that the majority, at least, are interested in.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
From my point, yes.
I'm not interested.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But as a majority, you would like me to proceed, and anything that we propose will have to come back
with
funding
source.
Proposal,
Right.
financial plan, and you all will have to vote on it.
Right.
Is that accurate,
Yes.
City Attorney? All right.
And that's with the condition precedent with regard to North Atlantic. We have to know what the price is before we want to go forward with that.
So are we authorized, or is the appointed city manager authorized to an LOI up to the value of the appraised value, 50%?
What, North Atlantic?
North Atlantic.
Well, the appraised value could be $25 million.
What is the appraised value?
We don't know that yet.
No.
We don't know that yet.
This is
Right,
oceanfront
so
property.
This would be like our typical acquisition process. We would, before we did anything, we would consult with you all.
Okay.
And we would offer, again, I'm waiting to hear back from the IRS on an appropriate price for the 29 North Atlantic Boulevard. And once we hear back, we can put an offer letter
So
together.
is this direction to staff to continue having these discussions and bring back a reasonable offer of what this? All right.
Well, hold on. We have a time deadline, right? Before they put it out on the street.
Right. Okay. So the offer letters, there is an auction in June. And so we need to submit these offer letters before then, before they go in their auction process.
June when?
Great question. I would defer to.
In an abundance of caution, I would like for at least us to be authorized to submit something within this week.
But here's the question, Greg. I mean, I think both of these properties are a worthwhile acquisition. I know Vista Park. I wish it was in my district, and I think this would make a nice addition to that site up there between the bench along the water over there, the parking spaces. It's a nice little parking pocket that a lot of people don't even know exists, and so it's a great little gem for that neighborhood up there. And adding this to that, I think is good. Whenever we could acquire oceanfront property at a reasonable price, I think it behooves us to do that. Again, like I said, I'd love to see some oceanfront access in District 1 at some point. Hopefully one day we get there. But I don't think we should pass on an opportunity to get this. But I hate to just write a blank check and say, go out there and put in an offer without knowing what the dollar amount is. So I'm not comfortable with that, Greg, of just saying, go put in an offer. I need to know what the offer's for before I'm comfortable putting in an offer.
Right. So I can, again, speak.
One thing, too, this is because I spoke with the IRS staff member. You don't have to put the value of the appraised value. You're not buying it at market value.
Okay.
If there's a public purpose that is going to satisfy the community, it can be a fraction of the market value. So I would just like to know if you are open to perhaps 25% of the market value, 50%.
But we don't know market value, and I don't know what 25% of market value is when I don't know what the market value, or do we?
So what I can do, Commissioner, is I can get you a broker opinion of value.
That's a starting point,
That's
and that's why I'm
starting
saying. So to your point, Greg, I'm not comfortable sending out a letter this week. We have another meeting in May. That's before your June deadline to submit something. Can you get something back to us before the second meeting in May?
Absolutely. I can work with Colliers to get that for you.
Yeah, I can't in good faith say I'll pay 25% of a number that I don't know what it is. It could be $2 million. It could be $10 million. It could be, to the mayor's point, $25 million. I need some degree of specificity before I can just, again, I can't just say blank check, 25% of something. I need to know what the something is.
But Greg, can you also let the IRS know that there's an interest there, that
There is.
that we're doing our due diligence, that
There
we're getting
is.
the numbers?
And they also express sometimes entities just pay the remaining liens, and we accept that. So I'm just leaving that there.
Well, can't you write them and just ask them what their asking price is?
I did.
We asked.
So we asked.
And they said, sometimes we are asking for the lien.
Well, tell them
value.
this is sometimes.
This is one of those sometimes.
This is sometimes.
All right, let's move forward.
Before we move forward, I just want to say something. This process, I really enjoy the process where the city brings an opportunity to purchase land property for the benefit of the city overall. There are properties in District 3 that I would love to see this type of acceptance to. And it's very disheartening when I see this type of dollar amount come, and we just got through talking about the need for more police, more firemen, just the need overall. And we're talking about buying a property at X amount of dollars with no regrets, no dismay about it. We're all excited. But we need to remember what we need to do. We have responsibilities to so many people in this city. Yes, this is a beautiful property. I would love to own it myself, but I can't afford it. As a city, is this something that we need or something we want? I grew up in a household where you focus on the things that you needed. And I believe that's something we as a dais need to remember. There is a need in this city, and we need to be more mindful about the things we entertain when it comes to the taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Business 5, public camping and public sleeping, Florida statute. Tom?
Yes, you'd asked me, Mayor, to give the commission a memorandum about my meeting with the county attorney. I had met with him 3 weeks ago, including several of his staff and one of the county managers. The upshot of the meeting was very clear that the county has no intention of even considering at a county commission meeting the ability under the state law, the new state law, to acquire or either in the city or any county property to house homeless under the way the statute is designed. Only the county has the power to obtain and set a place for an encampment for overnight camping of homeless people. The city does not have that authority under the statute. But there is no intention of the county commission at this point to even consider that, much less talk about it at a county commission meeting. There's no intention to talk about the stockade as a possible option for housing people.
Tom, could you get a little closer to the mic? Please, thank you so much.
Wait, are you saying that the county is saying that we don't have the right to create a housing facility for homeless people?
No, I'm saying the statute is designed that only the county, for an encampment under the state law would have to be prescribed by a county commission in county property or a city if 3/5 of the commission decided a site in the city is warranted. But only the county has the authority to do that under the law. Doesn't mean you couldn't do one on your own somehow, but the statute talks about doing it under that method. And then there are, despite what the legislative delegation talked about today, there are a number of things that are controlled in the state law about how the encampment must be protected and run for people, such as the lady mentioned about people being pregnant or at risk. You can't have people that are on drugs or alcohol while they're in such an encampment if it's created, and a number of other protections.
So can we, if we're sued, can we have an affirmative defense that we should not be the party at interest to be sued because we're not allowed to build encampments?
The way the statute is written, lawyers can be requested by any property owner in the county, any business owner, or the attorney general to bring a suit against any entity, any city or county that is allowing homeless to sleep overnight on public property, including rights of way. That's as far as it goes.
Even though you just said that we can't build encampments.
You can build one on your own, such as I think one of the senators mentioned, sort of a workaround, but you're not obligated or permitted under the statute to do that.
Okay.
So Mayor, hence my comments earlier today that our only recourse, if we are challenged by a resident or a business and the county refuses to participate in establishing these encampments, temporary encampments that are envisioned under the new statute, the new law, our only option is to arrest them. We have no other.
Is to what?
Is to arrest the individuals. We have no other option. If we don't arrest them, then we get sued.
So we arrest them.
We have no place to house them because the county is not willing to participate with us in creating sustainable housing options. I don't know where else we land in this dilemma. Our hands are tied.
Well, I agree with you, and that's the quagmire that we have found ourselves in the middle of.
And that's why I'm hoping it brings Broward County, again, in the spirit of collaboration to the table, recognizing that we simply cannot stick our heads in the sand and say we're going to do nothing. Because if we do nothing, the only alternative is we are going to flood the jail with homeless people. That's it. There's no other way out of this. And I'm not suggesting that that's a desirable outcome. I'm just saying there is no other path forward.
But the thing is, so we arrest them, we book them.
And they wind up at the stockade anyway.
Or they just wind up back on the streets because the judge says, well, we're not going to keep them. They're just going to come back on their own recognizance for their court date.
And it's going to be a revolving door, yeah.
Right.
And it's a lousy solution.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments? We have a couple people signed up to speak.
Are you ready for me?
I am ready for you, sir.
Thought you've been bated breath with my report. Here we go. First of all, thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk about this. As you recall, several months ago, we spoke in conference about, well, even before I came onto the City Commission, we had a resolution, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Mayor, supporting the concept of repurposing the stockade for a homeless assistance center. We've done that again more than one occasion since I've been on here. And several months ago, I think it was last year, I did mention I was going to reach out to Broward Health, and with the blessing of this body, I went ahead and reached out to Broward Health. I will give you some good news. I've been speaking to Broward Health both on the corporate level and the hospital itself several times. Over the last few months, I've had tremendous interest with Broward Health partnering with the city and the county and the community at large. And that's the key. It's not a city versus county, but looping the community at large in with a solution to what to do with homelessness. Broward General, and they have a separate issue. Again, the revolving door. Homeless keep coming back to them again and again. They have to have a safe discharge for people that are homeless, and some people that have open wounds and IV antibiotics, external fixation, perfectly able to go home, but there's no place to put them, and it's taking up beds. And it is affecting us as citizens because when they come back again and again to the ER, it eats up capacity for treating us and doing their prime objective of delivering health care. In the last few months, I've looped in Lamar Fisher. And I know you said the county, but I think more specifically, Tom, we should talk about the county administration, not the county as a whole. I've spoken to several commissioners, county commissioners that seem to be receptive, and I usually don't talk very long, but I have several points that I am going to want to make. One of the things is building a consensus, and you go through several of the county commissioners, and saying that the county's not interested, I don't know for sure to what extent, but instead of calling it a stockade, I think to rename it a low barrier shelter. I think that's the term that when I spoke to Kathleen Connor, that's the term that she pointed out. Okay, there's several pages here. Usually I'm on one page. The number of homeless, depending on how you look at it, I've seen like ballpark 2,500, maybe 8,000, depending on whether it's the snapshot or a whole year's worth. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of 620 beds, and now it's a little bit higher, But if you could imagine, there's not nearly enough beds in the county to house the homeless. The biggest problem is low barrier shelters. And what I mean by that is most shelters have a barrier to acceptance, be it drug or alcohol use, be it criminal records, or be it requiring background
Excuse me.
checks.
Those in the back, could you please lower your voices? Thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. So low barrier shelters are ones that don't have the limits that other shelters would normally have, meaning drug and alcohol abuse, criminal records, or requiring background checks. The problem with the thinking and some people in the county is that, we have shelters that people have to get off drugs, can't have criminal records. And if you take those people out of the equation, there are homeless that do have those problems. Those people do exist, and those people are homeless within our communities. There's two things to think about with that population. Number one, we don't want to, aside from just removing people, the legality of it, we tried to remove them once when it came to feeding. There was another issue when it came to removing people in intersections. And there was one court case, Tom, that came to us from the county, and there was a federal case that unless we have a place to put people, we can't legally remove people and put them in jail. The second thing is to comply with the new state statute. We need to have a place that we could remove people without having to be sued. Like you mentioned, we bring them there, we get sued, and we do need a low barrier shelter to put them in. This affects businesses. This affects tourism, as you could see in the Sun Sentinel article, and this affects the feeling of safety within our communities. These are human beings that are homeless, and we do need to treat them with respect, but we do need to have them, in appropriate settings to give them services. I am going to make it a brief announcement. I was going to wait, but tomorrow I am going to be taking I don't want to use the term. I'm going to use it one more time, and then I'm going to move it on. I'm taking a tour tomorrow with Lamar Fisher and his staff, my staff, as well as with delegates from Broward Health of the Stockade. And we're going to be going with not only the CEO, but also people with social services to look at a few things. And I'll go into some of the things we're looking at in general. Word got out that Lamar and I have been working, and we're starting to branch out. The business community is anxious to be working with us. I've reached out to the Broward Workshop with Steve Hudson, and whether you call it a stockade or you call it a homeless assistance center, whatever you want to call it, or if it's not there, it might be at a different location. But whatever we have for a low barrier shelter, Broward Health is on board. School board, several school board members are very concerned and want to be part of whatever we do as a city. Marine community, of all people, are very interested in being on board. United Way, Chip LaMarca, maybe even the Broward Sheriff. I think the way to go about it is not a city versus county. I think we do a whole community as a whole and define exactly what we need. Now, what do we need? We need place for the people. We need to give homeless people food, like all of us. We need shelter, drinks, something with bathroom facilities, bathing, medical care, wound care, antibiotics, physical therapy, a safe place that people could be discharged from hospitals, social services, mental health, child care, schooling, employment help, and as that was mentioned earlier with Representative Campbell, a place where community nonprofits could pitch in. The Stockade has a lot of that. They do have water, housing, sewer, electrical, communication, internet. I think the way forward, after we're going to have our tour tomorrow, Broward Health will weigh in on what they see the need is from their perspective. Whether it's the Stockade or some other location, I think we still need to proceed with convincing the county, bringing them on board. We do need low barrier shelter, get community input, and that is the conclusion of my report. I will report back after we do take our tour and we get some more input. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, and I appreciate your taking the initiative and trying yet another time to try to convince the county to participate with us. Can I make a suggestion? Because we did talk a lot about this when we had the senators and the representatives here. You know, we all know that the Supreme Court of the United States is about to weigh in on this issue. Can I suggest that we table this matter until there's the decision by the Supreme Court? Because the decision is supposed to be rendered in June. The statute, the Florida statute, doesn't really take effect until October. It doesn't preclude us from continuing to seek solutions like you are doing. But I mean, we just, sometimes I feel we're talking in circles because we don't really have enough authority to say whether or not even the statute is going to be found constitutional. So instead of beating ourselves up trying to deal with the statute, maybe we should wait until the Supreme Court weighs in on it, and then we might be able to make some further decisions. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's probably not a bad idea. I just want to weigh in just a little bit on this one. So, Warren, you're a good friend, and I know you have nothing but the best interests of the city at heart, and I'm not offended, and so don't be offended by what I say. But please be cautious before you decide you're going to come into District 1 and make it a dumping ground for the homeless. So you need to tell me before you decide that District 1 is going to be the stockade, is going to be the homeless encampment for Fort Lauderdale.
But no,
again,
if it wasn't for sunshine, I would have,
all in good love. But I just want you to know, I would not come into District 4 and say I'm going to go to Snyder Park and make that the homeless encampment. So I not a bad bone in your body. I love you. Take this in the spirit in which it's given. Okay. I'm okay with looking at locations in District 1, but we are not going to have only District 1 as a recipient of homeless encampments for the entirety of Broward County. Because when you talk to the business owners and Steve Hudson downtown in Las Olas, and I love Steve, he wants them off Las Olas. Have you talked to my business owners at Extreme Karting and Founders Shooting Club and everybody up and down Prospect and Commercial? You probably didn't. Because I can tell you, they don't want them. Because what's going to happen is they're going to come out of that low barrier spot, and you know where they're going to congregate? Commercial and Powerline. You know why? High traffic area. You know where they're going to be begging for money in traffic? Homeless and Powerline. Cypress and Powerline. So it's going to inundate my commercial district in District 1. So I'm okay with the fact that this could be one of several locations. But if we are not sharing this burden equally amongst the entire city and the entire county, I'm going to tell you my perspective on this is adamantly no. I'm happy to be part of a solution. I believe we all have to be part of a solution, and I appreciate you working with Lamar, and again, nothing but the best of intentions I know you have for this. So it's not a criticism, it genuinely isn't. I just want to make sure that again, this is not going to, District 1 will not be the dumping ground for all of Broward County. I need a commitment from everybody here that that's not going to happen. We need to spread this out throughout the city and throughout the county. That's all I ask, and I'm willing to move forward in partnership with everybody with that caveat. That's all.
It's a point very well taken. In fact, as we're going through this, I did say, listen, this is not fair to John. So it's not. And had it not been for sunshine, I would have loved to.
Okay,
but we
all
can't.
right. So I think
Mayor?
I think his point is well taken, and I think our homeless outreach efforts, as well as our social services, are spread around the county already. I mean, for example, the Bark is in District 4. So, but no one wants to think like we're dumping anybody anywhere. These are efforts to try to help people out of homelessness. The facilities that I hope we can create are transitional housing, transitioning a person out of homelessness into some pathway to put people back on their feet and become productive members of society. So I would not want to think that if they were to leave a facility like at the so-called stockade, that they wouldn't then be put out on the streets to go panhandling. The idea is to honestly try to keep them there until we find employment, we find housing. Because it wouldn't be permanent housing, right? It's just transitional.
It's transitional. It's transitional for 1 year. Under the state legislation, it's a 1 year temporary encampment. My concern about that, Mayor, and I agree with you, So we've got the Housing First model, right?
Right.
And Housing First recognizes that expecting people to be clean and sober before they get housing has not worked.
Doesn't work.
Right. And so the idea is you get people housed and then you offer them the supportive services
Right.
for mental health and drug and alcohol addiction. Except our success rate for that is also exceptionally low. So it's not working there either. I mean, so yeah, you know, is a 5% success rate better than a 0% success rate? Absolutely. But to think for 1 second that everybody that goes up to the low barrier facility is going to, we can't keep them there. That's the difference. We can't force them to stay in there. We can't keep them on campus. We can't force them to accept any kind of services whatsoever. We can offer that to it just like we do under the Housing First program, but there's absolutely no assurance. And remember who this is going to be. These are our chronically homeless. These are the people who are living on park benches and under bushes in the first place. This is not the folks who are, you know, I just had a car repair and now I can't afford to pay my rent. We have programs for that. We can reach those individuals. This is not the individuals living in their car and they just need some help to get back on their feet. This is the chronically homeless. Those are the ones who are camping in our parks and in our streets and, you know, under our bridges. These are our most difficult to reach, challenged individuals. And so let's not be optimistic about saying that, you know, we put them up at the stockade and all of a sudden this has become a group of reformed drug and alcohol addicts that are going to become, you know, wholesale working productive members of society. That is
okay.
not
All right.
going to happen.
We accept your dystopian idea of society.
Mayor, if I may, I would just like our city attorney to do a little bit of research for us as this continued conversation goes on and on. By the way, my biggest fear is we're just going to talk this to death, and we're never going to have any solutions.
That's what I'm saying. Let's let the Supreme
Court
weigh on this.
Because this has been going on for decades.
Yeah.
The conversation is the same conversation for decades.
All right.
So, but what I'd like to know is, now that the state has enacted this new legislation, can we find out what's going on with other counties and other cities within those counties? We've already expressed a frustration here from you, saying that it doesn't look like the county wants to have much of a discussion, and that October 1 is going to come, and then January is going to come when people can sue, and we're not going to have any kind of agreement or solution. So I'm interested to find out what's happening in other counties.
Okay, so let me give you a little heads up. Last week, I hosted a meeting of the big city mayors. There's 10 of us. 5 of us were at the meeting, and I brought this up. So it was Tampa was represented, Cape Coral, Orlando, us, and Port St. Lucie. Okay, and so I said, okay, folks, what are we going to do? And everyone threw up their hands, and they said, we don't have a policy yet.
Well, have any of them reached out to their county commissions?
They have.
And what are their county commissions telling them?
But they're in the same position we are, because not everyone understands the statute, and not everyone has a solution for it. So, but some are still waiting for the Supreme Court to weigh in on it, to see whether the statute itself is constitutional. And so that's what I'm recommending. Instead of banging our head against the wall tonight, why don't we just wait for that and allow Commissioner Sturman to continue his efforts? I'm also talking with the court system. I'm having a meeting with the Chief Judge tomorrow. Let us continue to make some sort of headway so that, like you said, we've been talking about this for a long time. With or without the statute, we still need to find solutions for homelessness.
So is the Supreme Court expected to rule by
June.
July?
In June.
June? Okay.
All right.
But if I may,
Yes,
the
go ahead.
U.S. Supreme Court ruling in June is whether or not a small town in the state of Washington can allow people to be arrested and fined and imprisoned for being homeless. That's the
Right,
intent.
but that will
not our statute.
That will weigh heavily
affect
on this statute because it says the same thing. Right.
Okay,
All right.
one last
No,
comment.
Chris Nelson wanted to speak. So after you speak, we'll have him.
No. Chris, you could come up. While you're coming up, I just want to make a comment. John, this is what this conference is for, so you could communicate. We can't, but here. So what I will do
Actually,
is,
if we advertise it, I can be there too.
No, so yeah, sure. But what I'll do is, now that I will, I've heard, I will represent your concerns going forward.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I know
very
you will,
much.
Warren.
Okay.
I have absolute confidence in you.
Hey,
Nelson.
Where did Mayor Dean go?
He had to excuse himself for a moment.
Hold on a second. Bring him back here. Come on back out here, Mayor Dean.
Well,
I got something to say.
No, he saw you coming down the aisle, so
He
I'll
saw me
recognize you
come,
now.
And he goes, all right, okay, Chris Nelson's talking, I'm gone. All right, so Chris Nelson, guys. And really, honestly, I'm going to talk to Mayor Dean as if he was sitting in the empty chair right there. And I'm going to say, Mayor Dean, you have a duty to the taxpayers, to the business owners, to make sure that there aren't people sleeping and defecating and running around naked and acting inappropriate in front of their businesses, okay? Because I'm sure you saw the Sun Sentinel article. Local entrepreneurs have a message for Fort Lauderdale. The city's homeless crisis is bad for business and getting worse. The complaints take on a new urgency in light of a new state law. Yada, yada. Bernie Bednor, a business owner in North Fort Lauderdale, says he sent email after email to City Hall begging Fort Lauderdale officials to do something about the city's ongoing homeless problem. We take investors down to the beach and they see homeless people in tents. We have tents on the beach, guys, and you know why they do it? It's because they know they can do it in Fort Lauderdale. They know they might not be able to get away with it in West Palm, but they know that you guys, they can walk all over you guys. They know they can come down and set up tents, and you're not going to do anything about it. So that's why they come here, all right? And this is coming from a guy, I've been to Faith Farm. I've gone through the thing. I've been in the bad place before, okay? I got back on my feet. I made some changes in my life. I've worked with homeless people. I've worked as a security guard. I've worked in a psych unit. So I understand this a little bit. But what they do is they find a place. See, this is what Bednor says. It's like a free-for-all, and it's very bad for business. So what Charlie King, a local real estate agent, sent the newspaper photos of a nude homeless man peeing into a window of a home in Victoria Park, then sitting on a front stoop. In one photo, King's for sale sign hangs out front. So guys, this is what we pay taxes for you to do something about. This isn't about the Supreme Court. This isn't about the new law. This is about doing your duty to the taxpayers. And welcome back, Mayor Dean. But if you see, there's a whole. I'm sure you heard me in there.
Mayor, time is up. Time is up, Mayor. Time is up.
So there's an Instagram account dedicated to this called Fort Lauderdale Finds that shows them everywhere. So guys, it's your duty to do. It's not to wait for the Supreme Court. It's your job to clean up the streets. It's not compassionate. It is part of why we pay taxes to the city. Thank you.
We'll move on to the next item, and that is appointment of acting city manager. As we all know, Greg has submitted his resignation. We all decided it would be effective today. So would someone like to make a motion? Not a motion, because we can't vote. No. So do you want to discuss amongst ourselves what the motion will be tonight, or do you want to wait till tonight to have the conversation?
Reach a consensus this afternoon, so the attorney's office knows what's put on the resolution.
So someone make a proposal then.
I would like to make the same one that I made last time. I think we're very fortunate. We've got several candidates that have been suggested for an interim city manager. We've got 2 assistant city managers who are both very talented, and we've got a department head who's also been suggested, who's also very talented. My thought, as I articulated last time, is that I think we would be best served having somebody that, number one, has deep financial experience to finish guiding us through the budgetary process. Number 2, has indicated that they will not be a candidate for the permanent position, because I think that improves our ability to recruit nationwide and get the best candidate for the permanent position. And 3, I think somebody who has actually been a city manager before. I think that's key. Somebody who has actually held the job, understands all the ramifications and nuances of dealing with the politics, of dealing with the management of the staff, of dealing with the community, and all of that, because this is a position that is going to take us probably the better part of a year to fill. So whoever our interim is going to be with us till probably about this time next year. And so based on that, my recommendation last time, and I'll make it again this time, is that we offer the position as interim to Susan Grant. And again, I've met with Anthony Fajardo and talked to him about this. I've talked to Chris Cooper about this. I have nothing but the most respect for both of them. I've worked with Anthony for many years. I have, as I expressed to both of them, I'd love to see them apply for the permanent position as part of that group of individuals that we look at and we evaluate. Certainly my suggestion for an interim should not be taken as an indication that I don't think that they're qualified to be a city manager. I just think what we need for the next roughly 10 months is somebody that embodies those qualities that I've just articulated. Again, I've suggested to them they consider applying for the permanent position. I'd love to evaluate them for that role. But I think for right now, I think Susan would be the best candidate to guide us through while we do our larger recruitment. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments?
Yes. I couldn't agree more. I think Susan Grant has been assistant city manager in the city of Coral Springs. She's held this exact same position in, I think it was Aventura, if I'm not mistaken, where she was the interim city manager. I think she's been in this role longer than the other two individuals. They're all, Anthony and Chris are wonderful human beings. I think they have the heart for the city. Susan has indicated she will not apply to be the permanent city manager. And I think that's important because we're not going to get a good quality crop of candidates if one of them has, quote, the inside track. And I spoke to Chris earlier today a few times, but I spoke to him earlier today. I spoke to Anthony. If Chris did want to become, at some point, apply to be the city manager, if he became the interim, that would preclude him, like John said, preclude him from applying, and maybe he might be the next choice down the line. But I think Susan is, especially in light of the fact that we're in budget season, she has the financial background and she has the wide width of information regarding all facets of the city, not just budgetary, fire rescue, the park, whatever it takes to run a city. She has done that before, and I think that she is clearly the obvious choice, and I would support that also.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments?
Yes.
Yes.
I had the pleasure of meeting with our three, candidates. The two, I met with Susan, I met with Anthony, also met with Chris as well. And the reason I asked for us to wait till this particular meeting, I wanted to actually have a conversation, learn a little bit more about each one of them to be able to make a better decision for this position. Susan's resume, it does speak for itself. She has experience as a city manager. Her background with finance, I agree with. And again, even to Anthony and Chris, they are awesome with their career paths and the things that they have been able to achieve and how they even now work with the city as well. With that being said, I am recommending that we go with Susan Grant for the interim position.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman?
Well, I think that's three people, so what's the point?
Okay, all right. Okay. So there's three of us have now said that they would like Susan Grant.
I would like to say one thing, though, Mayor.
That's what I'm asking.
Because, well, no, actually what I'm saying is three people have already expressed themselves, so you can count to three. What I think is most important going forward is that we all wholeheartedly support this recommendation. I agree with what the other folks have said tonight. We're blessed, we're fortunate to have this choice of folks on our staff that can do this job for the next 8 or 9 months until a new city manager is chosen by the next city commission. I think what's most important is that we all go forward together. We give this person our support, and we make sure that this works for everyone for the benefit of the city. So that's what I'm just hoping, that we are able to support this person in that endeavor, and I wish Susan Grant all the best.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you, Steve, for for your, that unity message. That I personally thank you very much for that. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think that working with Susan will be a great opportunity for the city as we move forward for the rest of the year. So let us move forward, and we'll vote on that tonight. So congratulations, Susan. Where's Susan? Now we'll beat up on you. Okay. Unless the city manager or the city attorney have any special reports right now, do you have anything you want to add to the conference meeting? Okay.
No, I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to work for you all.
You're not going anywhere yet. We haven't.
Oh, okay.
He's leaving now. Yeah.
No, but I did have a conversation with Commissioner Sturman, and I did review my evaluation from January, and I did talk to him extensively about some of the points that he felt that did not meet the mark, and I did express that those points, or where he perceived that they were failures, they were outside of the evaluation period. My evaluation period was from July 22nd, 2022 to July 22nd, 2023. And I wanted to ask if it's okay with Commissioner Sturman to reconsider my evaluation period once more.
Okay, let me weigh in on that. Can I, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I've had some issues with Greg. We started out with a great relationship. Greg and I communicate extremely well. He's an engineer, and so am I. He makes my job very easy when it comes to agenda preparation. Everything is at my disposal. Had a few hiccups sort of at the end there. I had my concerns with him at the end of last year. He's come back. He's communicated. He's corrected all the things that I've had issues with. He's gone above and beyond. I think he's done an outstanding job. I said I would not be opposed, but let me go one step further. I'm going to throw it out there. If we could go retroactively that 3% back from his valuation period, reinstating that, if that's something that you would entertain.
So, Greg, what was the evaluation period that we're discussing?
The evaluation period was from July 22nd, 2022 to July 22nd, 2023.
Okay, so the idea would be to, wouldn't it be to the present?
Well, if
Well,
I
he gets
were
the
to be
raise,
granted,
it becomes his new baseline that goes forward.
right, if that would be my merit, then I would have a retro from July 23rd, 2023 till present.
Okay.
Or when the last day I leave.
I would be okay making that motion.
Can I just ask one question, though? Because based on my understanding of state law, I'm not sure that we can do that. So just let me defer to Tom on that one.
No, I think they can make retroactive. You just can't do it at this meeting.
Okay.
In the regular meeting.
The other thing I would like to offer up, I had brought this up last time, and I'd like to offer this up again, is to allow Greg to run out the full amount of his sick leave and vacation leave. I think that would be appropriate. It allows him the flexibility to take the sick leave that he's accrued and then utilize his vacation leave so that he could address his family issues and until he's exhausted all of his personal leave. So I'd like to recommend that once again. I hope the commission will consider doing that.
In what capacity would he be serving when?
So he'd still be available. He'd still be available to consult with Susan in her role as interim. Obviously, Greg has a lot of historical knowledge that he can share with her that I think would be valuable. But again, this is also so we're going to pay him for his leave either way. So the difference is that by allowing him to take his sick leave, he stays on the payroll. He continues to qualify for his medical benefits and things of that nature. So I think it would be appropriate to afford him that opportunity to stay on, be available as a resource for Susan, and allow him to run out his leave. And I think that would acknowledge the fact that he can still add contributions for the next 2 months, however much time that might be.
Well, let that be his option, and then we can discuss.
I asked him first.
Yeah, but let that be his option, and then he can have till the evening meeting to figure that out and let us know.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm not in favor of that. I think, the gentleman has resigned. He wants to go. I don't know why we need to say, well, you need to be available for us. I will remind this commission that 3 people on this dais wanted to get rid of him and did not want to give him a raise. Now all of a sudden everyone wants to give him a raise retroactively. I find this whole discussion kind of disingenuous and kind of strange.
I'm sorry, you said 3 of us wanted to get rid of him. I did not vote for a raise. I did not say I wanted to get rid of
I understand.
the city
Well,
manager.
let's just say that 3 of us voted not to give him a raise when his performance review came up. Maybe I misspoke. I apologize. But 3 people said no raise, which I believe precipitated this entire situation that we're in now. But now all of a sudden everybody wants to have amnesia and say, oh, you know what? Maybe we should have given him the raise. Why are we having this conversation right now?
Well, because we're now considering giving him his raise. And so
Mayor, so what I'm trying to get to is he has the right through FMLA to use family sick leave, and I'm simply saying rather than writing him a check, allow him to utilize the leave that's afforded to him under FMLA.
Well, let that be his option.
Mr. Mayor, no, I'll be very clear. June 1st is my last day. I will be helping Susan transition. I'll be available for her and her staff, and that will be my last day. All I'm asking is for a reconsideration of that 3%, which I feel, just as I've been recognized by many groups, that we did a lot of things during the flood. We helped bring many projects.
Greg, you don't have to explain. You don't have to justify.
And together, and so that's all I'm asking.
Okay. So we'll bring it up tonight as a resolution.
Okay, we put a resolution, and I'd be happy. And to answer you, Steve, he has come above and beyond since then, and that is actually Greg and I did discuss this previously. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So that concludes the conference meeting.
Commission reports. No. Well.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. But we're going to do that. Why don't we do that?
You want to, instead of adjourning, you want to postpone?
Yeah, we'll continue the conference meeting after the evening meting
tonight, and same thing with CRA.
And we also do the CRA meeting then too.
Okay.
But there's another situation that has come up. The Deputy Consul General for Israel is here and cannot stay much past 6 o'clock. He was going to be the recipient of the proclamation that we were going to, I believe, Vice Mayor Glassman was going to present the proclamation. So I don't want to open up the evening meeting, but I do want to give this an opportunity to make the presentation. If you could, Vice Mayor, and then we will. Go.
You want to?
You have to stay here for that. Go. It's okay. No. Come. You can come back. Don't worry. So let us proceed with the proclamation. With the Deputy Consul General, please step forward. And Vice Mayor, would you like to make the presentation?
We could do this outside of the meeting.
Yeah. Hi there. How are you? Good evening. You can't hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, we're having a proclamation, and then the meeting, maybe a half hour from now?
Yeah.
Okay, the meeting's going to continue we're doing a proclamation, we'll adjourn, and the night meeting will be in about a half hour. I don't know what.
It's okay. My mic is on. Vice Mayor, can we please lower the volume in the back of the room, please? Did you hear that? You're better off.
I'm going to angle this to this side. We're going to do this to this side, okay? So this way we can see everybody and also our colleagues up there. This way we won't have our backs to everybody. Is that okay?
Okay, let us proceed.
Let us proceed. Can you hear me? Excellent. Okay, thank you. First of all,
Thank you all for being here. My name's Steve Glassman. I serve as Vice Mayor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. This is an absolute pleasure for me to present this proclamation this evening to the Deputy Consul General, Mike, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Driquez? Driquez. Okay, Driquez. Thank you very much. I also want to invite to the podium other folks that are here representing a wide swath of our population in Fort Lauderdale and in Broward County. But I'm hoping that we also have with us this evening Denise Latow from the Jewish Federation of Broward County, also Saul Chapnick, also Elisa Mogilevsky and Len Weisselberg. Are you all here from the Broward County Jewish Federation? Thank you very much. I also want to make sure that I recognize, because I do believe that I did see some rabbis enter the chambers earlier. Is Rabbi Spey here? If any of the rabbis are here from Fort Lauderdale, if you would please join us down in the well. And if everyone will just line right up here, that would be great. Rabbi Noah Kitty is here. Thank you very much. Any other rabbis representing any of the congregations in Fort Lauderdale? Okay. Thank you very much for being here this evening. Let me just tell you that there is a word in Hebrew, zakar, and I believe that means remember. Tonight we are actually remembering a few things, and that's why we're doing this proclamation. We are remembering that the month of May is the American Jewish Heritage Month. President Biden has issued a very strong proclamation in recognition of this month. We are also remembering that just within the last several days, we observed Yom HaShoah, a day of remembrance of the victims of the Holocaust. And we remember that because we will do everything we can to fight anti-Semitism in the present and in the future. And with that, I want to read this proclamation because we are also remembering. We are remembering that we are celebrating Israel's 76th anniversary of independence. And that's what this proclamation is about. So this is from the office of the mayor of the city of Fort Lauderdale. And it is in recognition of Israel's 76th anniversary of independence. Whereas on May 14th, 1948, Israel's first prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, publicly read the Declaration of Independence of Israel, marking the inception of a nation founded on principles of democracy, freedom, and resilience. And whereas for 7 decades, the United States and Israel have maintained a special relationship based on shared democratic values, common strategic interests, bonds of friendship, and mutual respect. And whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale recognizes and honors the contributions of the Jewish community to the cultural, economic, and social fabric of our city, especially during Jewish American Heritage Month. And whereas every year on this date, Israel's Independence Day, known as Yom HaSamat, hope that was pretty good, okay, is celebrated by the Israeli people as well by communities around the world, including within the United States, where large festivals, events, and parties are organized to honor this occasion. And whereas, as part of the Yom HaSamat festivities, the Speaker of the Israeli Parliament, or Knesset, delivers remarks atop Mount Herzl, accompanied by dramatic televised presentations that unite citizens across Israel in celebration and reflection. And whereas the significance of Yom HaSamat is deepened by the preceding day, Yom HaZikaron, how's that? Not bad. Also known as Israel's Day of Remembrance for fallen soldiers and victims of terrorism, a solemn occasion dedicated to honoring the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of Israel and commemorating the lives lost to acts of terror, and how well we all know what that means. Now, therefore, we, as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 14th, 2024, as Israel's 76th anniversary of Independence Day, and we celebrate this in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And this is dated the 7th day of May, 2024, and is signed by our mayor the Honorable Dean J. Trentalis.
Let's say a few words for us. Say a few words. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for being fluent in Hebrew. Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, thank you very much. Those days in Israel are very, very complicated any year. The month of May marks the Holocaust Remembrance Day, and then the Yom HaZikaron, we commemorate our fallen soldiers, and then we are going to Yom HaAtzmaut to celebrate our independence. I think that these days since October 7th, this year since October 7th, it has been a lot more emotional, and you just read about democracy, freedom, and resilience, which are the exact same values that we share here in the United States, in the great state of Florida, in the city of Lauderdale, of course, and Israel. So we don't take anything for granted. We want to say a big thank you. Any proclamation, any act of support, anything that is done right now, especially in those days in Israel, means a lot to us, means the world to us. And this is my personal thank you and the thank you from the State of Israel. Thank you for being here, and thank you for this proclamation. Thank you very much.
So for the rest of us, I have to say we're going to postpone the beginning of this evening's meeting. It'll be another 30 minutes, and we'll resume at 6:45. In the meantime, thank you all for being here for this proclamation. They're going to take a picture, and the commission will recess now.
I don't want to block anybody. Can you get all in? We don't want to block anyone's faces.